The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I mean, we're here. I'm doing some very, very last minute things. No matter how ahead of everything I am, there's always one or two things that will present themselves as we're going to air. Good afternoon. Welcome. Greetings and all that. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
What's up, man?
I think Kat will join us momentarily.
She's dealing with a flat tire issue.
Oh, seriously?
That's what she said.
That sucks.
That sucks, indeed.
All right. Well, a flat tire issue. It's funny. I bought one of those. I have what I realize is a very slow leak in my front passenger tire. I just haven't had the time to take my car in and get it fixed because it's not, in my experience, even the most mundane situation, you got to take it there and then either sit there for hours or go do something else. And so I said, well, I'm going to just buy one of those inflators. You can buy just an inflator, and then you hook it onto your tire, and you turn it on, you walk away, and the thing's humming along, and, I've got those. And that'll get me through to when I can go through and get this thing patched. And the video that I saw for this particular inflator I bought, they must have sped the video because it looked like, the reason I got it is it looked like it was going to do it super, super fast. I was like, wow, how does this little thing inflate that tire so quickly? Well, then you get it. I mean, it works. It does work. But you kind of set it and forget it. I go in the house and this thing's humming in the garage. You get like half a PSI every 5 minutes, But whatever. It's fine. I took care of it. But having a flat tire, that sucks.
Is it the one that plugs into your cigarette lighter?
I do have one of those. That's a bigger contraption. This is like a little handheld thing that you can just throw in your glove box.
Okay.
And then you charge it up with just a USB-C. And then I throw it in the glove box, and then if something's hinky, I just attach it to the valve stem like you'd inflate your tire.
Is
a lot of times I'll go to Conrad's, because they've got free air. But half the time now, you go to Conrad's, and there's a little handwritten sign that says air broken. And I'm like, okay, well.
I thought you were supposed to whisper every time you said that.
Conrad's.
Yeah, that feels right.
Uh-huh.
Is Fix-A-Flat still a thing?
It is still a thing, yeah, but I think that's if you're in a severe situation. I mean, I've literally got a very slow leak. I mean, my car is like a screw magnet when I'm driving around. I am always having my tire patched. And these are not bald tires, right? These are like relatively new tires. But I'm always having to take it in for some minor leak, some slow leak, where it's like I'll inflate it, and then a week later, my inflate tire light will come on, and I'll do it again. So I do need to get it in so they can, patch it. But that's no small thing. I got to drop the car off. It's a whole thing.
You know what you should do? You should take it to one of those small mom and pop shops that do everything. It'll be done almost instantly. Like you pull in, say, hey, I got a screw in my tire. The guy will just do it. It'll take no time at all.
Yeah, but I don't know where there's one of those near me. I guess I could. I just don't, I don't have the time or take the time to do that. I'm going to have to, obviously. But this weekend, I didn't opt for that. I didn't go over and do it.
Or wait at Conrad's.
Yeah, go over there and do it. And they always do great work. It's just for something as mundane as getting a tire patched, I'm still in a situation where I got to drop it off, and I don't feel like doing that. So I'm not top of the call sheet for something like that. Anyway, if you'd like to join us on this Monday, please do 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. The number to text me is 35192. If you want to get a text, the text, what else? Oh, the messages on the app. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us messages there, drop voicemails. I was going to say, aren't you having car issues too? But yours go above and beyond having a tire that needs to be inflated.
I was having car issues until today.
your daughter got into a wreck.
Yeah, I heard back from the insurance company and they totaled it.
Yeah.
So it is gonzo. So now the fun begins, right? Because I know
they go, hey, we're gonna cut you a check and then you're on your own. Is that how that works? Yeah.
And then basically I should just use the money I get from that check to pay the premiums because that is going to be ugly once that hits, I'm sure. So I got to start looking for used cars for her. And this sucks so bad because the used car market's insane, right? Like you're way overpaying for anything that's worth a squirt of pee.
Yeah.
So I don't even know, I just got to start looking, I guess. This sucks.
Yeah.
And I know how much I want to spend, but I'm like, and you want to put her in the safest car possible. But it's, God.
My father-in-law was in town this weekend, and he's a broker. He's a financial analyst. He's one of these guys, boy. He is frugal to the extreme, right? He drives Cadillacs, but he's had this particular car for a long time. And he drove this car, and it got scraped up or something years ago in the parking lot. It's like a 2010 Cadillac. And it got scraped up, and he took it to his guy, and the Cadillac's like, well, we're not going to fix this because in order, I'm like, for scratches? He goes, yeah, but they were such that they would have had to have replaced the body panels and the door, so they weren't going to do that because it was too expensive. So he goes, they totaled the car out based on those scratches. He goes, but I kept the car, and they were going to give me $11,000 for the car. So he goes, so I kept the car and took it to a guy I knew to fix all the scratches and cost me about $1,500. He's like,
and he put $10,000 in his pocket.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He walked out of there with like $9,500. I'm like, that's not too bad.
Well, they told me the guy called and he's like, yeah. He goes, we're going to total it. He goes, just based on the airbags alone. He said, before I even looked at any of the front end damage on the car, the airbags alone were over $9,000.
Right.
And I was like, oh, well, that explains it then.
Yeah, they're not going to pay for that.
No.
Yeah.
No. So it's it is what it is.
Well, listen, I'm sure that I'll get good recommendations from our customers, and I'm sure it'll be as simple. It's just that I have, Rob, I'm a person of brand loyalty, and so when I have an issue, I do take it to Conrad's because
you said it wrong again.
They're big advertisers on the program, and so and they've always done great work. A lot of times, they're organizations, they're businesses that will advertise on the radio station, and I'll patronize their business, and they stink. And so I don't go back. But Conrad's is not one of those places. I've always had a really good experience with them. So that's just reflexively, that's where I think to go. But in the meantime, I'm just inflating my own tire, as it were. That sounds a little hinkier than I meant it to. But it was a long weekend, and we had a couple of appearances we got going on our Bud Light Mini Hoops Challenge. That was a lot of fun. We were in West Park on Friday night, and Saturday night I was out partying with some people in Willoughby out there at the porch. Met a lot of very fine, nice people, and it was a good time. So we ran into our boy DJ Jake C. and Ethan from Rochester, and so it was a lot of fun. And most of it I remember. Most of the weekend I remember. And so that to me is a win. It's a big, big win.
I didn't do anything, man. I stayed home.
Good for you.
I cooked, yesterday at a nice bottle of wine, just chilled out. It was perfect.
Now, do you wear a Kiss the Cook apron when you're doing that? Do you get cheeky about it, or
only a Kiss the Cook apron?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So nobody wants to see you from behind at the stove or anything like that.
No.
Yeah. It's like a hospital gown.
But you can't be fully clothed when you're cooking. Come on.
All that flying grease.
That's right.
Yeah. It's got to remind you that you're alive when you're there in the kitchen.
Live dangerously.
Yay. All right, I'm going to take a break here. Got tickets for a bunch of shows coming through. Great White and Slaughter. They announced that Offspring show this morning, and so we're going to set you up for that. Offspring is going out with Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory. It's called Supercharged in 25. That's mid-August at Blossom. I'll have Sonic Temple passes for you later on. Ghost are coming in July. Cavs tickets. Whole bunch of good stuff. So we'll do that on the way. 35192. Text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, explains how audio is an ideal way for brands to tell their stories.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to and telling stories. When I think about what we do here at Genentech, we do a lot to actually tell the broader story of our company and the legacy that we stand upon. 45 years marketing more than 40 medicines over that time period. And we celebrate that in story form, in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. We can also get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
American Family Insurance is a lot like Captain America. He protects the world.
It's just doing my job.
And we help protect your dreams with amazing auto and home coverage. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com. And see Marvel Studios' Captain America: Brave New World.
Suit up. We need to move.
Only in theaters. Rated PG-13.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Save big money on your next project now at Menards. Upgrade your home with new outlets from Legrand. They have innovative outlets and light switches available in a variety of finishes and styles with features like USB Type A and C charging ports. Brighten up your home and save big on Legrand outlets and light switches today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots.
Hundreds of them.
But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys? Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot.
Bot?
That's right, deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
The game is on the line, and I've only got a shot clock's worth of time to tell you about Subway's $6.99 footlong deal. That's right. Order now in the Subway app and get any footlong on the menu for just $6.99. Fresh sliced deli meat, fresh crispy veggies. Too much good stuff. Get it now on the Subway app. Any footlong for just $6.99. Use code 699FL now. Only here for a limited time. Redeemable at participating U.S. restaurants. Subway app. Online orders only. Add-ons additional plus tax. Additional fees apply on delivery. Excludes footlong snacks. Limited time.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
When you're taking that next step, you should have the right team.
Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. Your Cavaliers get over on the Portland Trailblazers last night in overtime. They hit the 50-win mark and set themselves a record in the process. The Cavs are only the 7th team in NBA history with 3 10-game streaks in a season. I assume they mean 10-game win streaks.
Yes.
There's got to be a record on the other side, though, too. But 3 10-game consecutive win streaks in a season. So, obviously, people start to talk about them winning the 2025 NBA championship. And then that would easily eclipse the 2016 championship, I would think, in terms of a record. That championship LeBron team that finally brought the NBA championship to Cleveland, Ohio. And, a day that a lot of Cavaliers fans thought that they would never, ever see. And now it's within the realm of possibility that you may see it again. The Cavs were down by like 20 points at one point last night. They come back and in overtime beat the Portland Trailblazers, who are not a great team. They're not a terrible team, but, they had a good night last night, but just couldn't get one over on the Cavs.
But to watch the comeback against the Celtics, I think that's the story, right? It's the Celtics. To come back and win that game, that tells you what kind of team we're.
They were down like 25-3.
Yeah, in the opening quarter.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum was talking all kinds of stuff.
Yes, of course. All kinds of mess, as the kids say.
Lots of shrimp.
Well, and I forget that the Celtics are the defending champions, right? I forgot that they won last year. So anyway, the Cavs are the 7th team in NBA history to accomplish 3 10-game win streaks in a season. That's why they say hashtag let them know over there at the Nomo Romo Fijo. And a Cavs player who is probably looking at a fine after this. But again, it's a guy, I don't know if they recently acquired him. I'd never heard of him before, but he plays for the Cavs. A guard named Ty Jerome called out a ref by name in an interview or something as a female ref out there. And they asked Ty Jerome what he thought. He said the refs were really bad tonight, especially Natalie. She was really, really bad. I guess I didn't realize that the refs by their first name. But I guess you would. There's only a certain number of refs. Know them by name.
You thinking like teachers in elementary school, like it's so weird to call them by their name?
Right, yeah. Well,
that's ref.
Yeah, that's the ref. When you see your teacher in the grocery store, outside of school. I went to Catholic school, and we had so few lay teachers that was an even stranger situation because I would never run into like the nuns grocery shopping. They probably had somebody that did that for them. So I would never see the nuns out in the wild. But over the course of my tenure at my school, because it was K through 12, it's a long time to be there, more and more lay teachers were hired. And so if you saw them in the wild, that was a pretty crazy thing. But, he criticized one of the referees for the game last night. Ty Jerome signed a 2-year, $5 million contract year before last. I've never heard of this guy before.
Yeah, he came last year. He's been great.
Well, there you go. That's what they said. They said this guy's having an amazing season. That's why I was kind of surprised I hadn't heard of him. That says more about me than him, obviously. But, so he called out one of the refs by name.
It'll be a financial slap on the wrist.
Natalie was really bad. Why do you get fined, by the way, if you criticize the refs?
Oh, everything's a big no-no.
The refs are out there to criticize you. They're out there to point out when you make a mistake. So that's a criticism of your play. Hey, normally you wouldn't do that. They don't get anybody for traveling or anything like that anymore. But, I mean, a referee is out there, by definition, to criticize your gameplay. Why can't it go both ways? I think that's a legitimate question. Why is there a fine associated with, they're not calling them a terrible person. They're not saying, someone should firebomb their house. It's the most common complaint during a game by the players is the officiating's bad, or they really got it out for us, or whatever all that nonsense is.
Yeah, you see it all the time. Every league, people are getting suspended every year.
And if they talk to this guy and they go, what do you think about tonight's game? I think the refs were really bad. Now, maybe this is his way of flirting. You've got to put that out there, too.
It's called a straight out by name.
That's right.
Even you, Natalie.
Even that hot-ass Natalie was not doing a good job tonight. She's been a ref in the NBA for 6 seasons. And, of course, people were, if you'll pardon the pun, people were dunking on him because, obviously, he knows what comes with that, and other people criticizing her officiating as well. But that seems to me to be fair play. Everybody's out there doing their part in the game. The referees do their part. Referees are the easiest people for the fans and the players to give a hard time to. Ref, you suck. I know this. I used to umpire T-ball 100 years ago, and people would scream in my face.
Really?
Yes.
At kids' T-ball games?
I've told these stories before you were on the show, but yeah. When I used to, first paying job I ever had, I was 15 years old, and I was umpiring at a intramural, community center type thing. And they had baseball leagues, and they had T-ball all the way to like high school kids. And T-ball paid the most because nobody wanted to do it. It was a combination of people, and we were all teenagers officiating. It was a combination of people that just didn't want to mess with little kids. But mostly, they didn't want to mess with the parents. Because the parents, you're 15 years old and you got some grown man screaming at you because you didn't, a couple of times, sure, it was a missed call on my part. But you're still in a position where you can throw adults out. You have them leave the field. And so, it's not, that's not the kind of example I think anybody wants to set for their kid. And obviously, in the years since, we've seen, that has exploded exponentially. Just all manner of bad behavior on the part of parents and things like that.
But when you're still at the age of hitting a ball off of a tee, how can you take it so serious that you scream at a 15-year-old umpire?
Because I think that there are parents, I think that there are sports parents who think that from the moment their kid can pick up a bat or a ball, that's the beginning of what potentially will be their career into, the professional sport. I don't know. I don't come from that kind of environment. I have no idea what that mindset is. I just know that was money that I was earning, boy. There was a reason that those T-ball games paid the most. So I understand why the league doesn't want to encourage that kind of thing. In fact, they want to discourage it by fining these guys. But there's, professional sports are defined by rule changes in every direction. So why not, hey, you get, baby steps. You go, okay, you get one shout out against a ref per season. And then you see how it goes. You get one per season, you get a freebie, and then you get the fine. So you got to pick your battles. And if this guy, now I don't know what that fine is, probably $50,000, right? I don't know. If you go, hey, that ref sucks, I don't know what what the league fines you.
You're basically suggesting an NBA version of the Purge. Get one pass per year. Go out there, 24-hour period, say whatever the hell you want about anybody you want. Just go for it.
I guess. I mean, the
Natalie
Purge
stunk tonight.
Yeah.
And there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Okay, so historically, the fine is around $75,000 when you criticize a ref because it's considered detrimental to the league.
Well, that's stupid. But
well, I get where they're coming from, but these things get changed all the time. It's one thing if you're cursing and I'm not talking about that. If the quote on him was correct, all he said was, the refs were really bad tonight, especially Natalie. She was really bad.
See, that's what screwed him. The name.
The name.
Yeah, he would have been fined either way.
Well, correct.
Calling her out was the problem.
But I figure in his brain, if he even thought that far into it, he goes, I'm going to take the fine anyway. I might as well call her out.
Hey, Natalie, you suck.
Natalie. He didn't even say that. This is what I'm saying. He didn't even say that. That's why you should get this is not in the heat of the moment. This is after you're standing there and they're putting a microphone in your face. I think that they should really think about this. You get one freebie, ref criticism per year. And the refs go, okay. But again, they know how players can get the audience riled up against the refs. But I didn't tell you to be a referee.
Yeah, the refs do a good job on their own of getting the fans to turn on them.
Yeah. I didn't tell you to. Natalie Sago is her name. And again, she's no newbie. She's been in the league for 6-7 years. But singling her out. Again, short story long, I had just never heard of Ty Jerome before, and then he's in the above the fold because he criticized a ref. So I think maybe they're always trying to figure out ways to make any professional sporting event more exciting. And go, hey, you get one free shot at a ref per season. And there's people that'll keep track of that. They keep every other mundane, dumb stat on paper. They'll figure it out. Alan, Natalie is an awful ref, this person says. She needs to thicken her skin. Yeah, but I don't know that she said anything back.
Yeah, it's not her.
She didn't say anything.
It's the league rules.
Right. She is a technical foul machine, someone said.
You're a technical foul machine.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so anywho, this guy will take a little bit of a hit there, and that'll be fine. A handful of people died over the weekend while we were gone. Angie Stone died. I don't know how many people are hip to Angie Stone, but back in the day, boy, she was real good. If you're into like R&B, she put out an album called Mahogany Soul probably 20 years ago. She's still been putting out albums. But there was kind of 25 years ago, there was kind of a resurgence of like the neo-soul artist, Lauryn Hill when she went solo from the Fugees. There was Angie Stone. There was Jill Scott. Just all these women with like these just gorgeous voices. And Angie Stone would collaborate with everybody. She did stuff with D'Angelo and Lenny Kravitz, and she was just fantastic. She was in like a tour bus crash or something with 9 people in it, and she's the only one who died. They couldn't even get a road manager to get killed. Grammy-nominated R&B singer died Saturday morning in a car crash in Montgomery, Alabama. She wasn't old, 63. But, yeah. Imagine you're the only... It's like a Cliff Burton. Yeah. Master Puppets came out 39 years ago today. And it was their last album with Cliff Burton. She had a couple of kids. And obviously this is an unexpected death. But yeah, she was on... I think she had left a show or was going to a show or something. She was en route, traveling back to Atlanta after a performance the night before in Mobile, Alabama, my dad's hometown. And she was in a Sprinter van with her and a bunch of other people. The van overturned, and then it got hit by a semi-truck.
Oh.
And so it was her and a bunch of other musicians, and she was the only person who got killed. The eight other people in the van were injured, but she was the only one who got killed. And she's everybody's meal ticket. Think about that. She was supposed to perform at halftime for a college basketball championship game in Baltimore. And that would have been her next, that was the next place she was supposed to appear.
What a drag.
Didn't make it. Yeah. And then David Johansen died too. He had been sick. If you're of a certain generation, you probably remember him as Buster Poindexter. And he was an actor, too. He was in Scrooged, which remains my favorite Christmas movie.
He was a cab driver, right?
Cab driver in Scrooged, yeah. He was kind of like an analog to Iggy Pop in a way. But New York Dolls were never like as big a deal for as long. But they were like one of those early glam bands, right? Early kind of gender-bendy, T-Rex kind of David Bowie type things. And David Johansen was the front man. It was Johnny Thunders, David Johansen, and a bunch of other dudes that would go on to be legends in this band. And David Johansen in the late 80s became Buster Poindexter. He started a new alter ego. David Johansen was 75 years old. And so he had a big pompadour and, but he only revealed a couple of months ago that he had stage 4 cancer and a brain tumor. So he wasn't going to be around for very long. But the New York Dolls back in the day, and I don't think they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I think that's another band that shows up where people go, they should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I would imagine they're not.
But I don't think that they are. They were first nominated for the Rock Hall in 2001. And they weren't nominated again until 2021. So they're not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But that was like one of those early 70s debauchery, high heel, teased hair bands. Which, fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, it's a great band.
That one year they won the Cream Magazine poll categories in Best and Worst New Group. You got to give it up for that. Hey, what's the best new band of 1973? The New York Dolls. Hey, what's the worst band of 1973? The New York Dolls. So, David Johansen. But again, he, mid-'80s, he started doing lounge music as Buster Poindexter, and it was very campy, and, so obviously he was a guy who had a flair for the dramatic, if nothing else, between the New York Dolls and Buster Poindexter. He was a guy that did Hot, Hot, Hot. That was the big hit. I think that was, ironically, that was a bigger hit than the New York Dolls ever had.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, Hot, Hot, Hot. And, but those early glam bands, that's what kind of, when hair metal started to pop up in the 80s, they were direct descendants of bands like the New York Dolls. And David Johansen, who was ill and was 75 years old. But Angie Stone dies in that bus crash unexpectedly. And then finally, because they say celebrities die in threes, the last celebrity to go, Skype is officially dead. Remember Skype? Skype was such a big... Microsoft, this was the first platform where you could talk to people on the internet. Not the very first, but this was like... It was around for a long time. I don't think people even realized that Skype was still a thing because Apple integrated FaceTime into their phones. Microsoft now, who owns Skype, is putting all of their resources into this program called Teams, which you're hard-pressed to find a single person. You have so many people who use it, you'll never find one who says they like it. But it's widely used now. But for a while, Skype was a verb. Right? You'd go Skype me.
Mm-hmm.
That was how you talk to people on your phone early on. And Skype is officially dead. It'll be officially replaced by Microsoft Teams in a couple of months. But, I mean, it was 20 years ago. So this is way before people were really having these conversations about video calls online. And so, you'd be like, I'm going to Skype. And then what was the one Twitter had? Was the one Periscope.
Oh, yeah.
We were using Periscope for a while, too. People were posting
I
things
thought Skype just became Zoom. I thought they kind of just became the same thing.
No, I mean, Zoom came out of nowhere for whatever reason, and everybody started. Zoom had been around, too.
Okay.
But it was kind of confined to just, like Microsoft Teams, it was just kind of confined to companies that were using it.
I hadn't thought of Skype in years.
Yeah, nobody had. So... but during the pandemic, for whatever reason, Zoom was the one that blew up. And so they pushed Skype further into the background. So if you're still a Skype user, you're going to end up rolling over there into Microsoft Teams. But, for a while, it was a beautiful age, wasn't it? It was a more innocent time. Hey, I'm going to Skype you. Hey. Let's go do a Periscope. Hey, let's go. So, yeah, there are probably maybe still people who are hanging on to it, but it's been gone for a minute.
You want to use it till it disappears?
I haven't had it on my phone in probably a decade, but, Yeah.
It's the only way we'll take meetings. Be like, hey, can you guys come on? No. You can Skype us.
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway. So, yeah, celebrity deaths come in threes. You get Angie Stone, you get David Johansen, and you get Skype, which will go away. I think Periscope went away a while ago. And obviously there are alternatives to Skype. People like, I don't know what the hell Microsoft Teams is. You know, you can still use WhatsApp. You can still use Facebook Messenger. You know, Facebook Messenger, usually for people that like, if you have an iPhone, but you're trying to video chat with somebody on Android, you usually have to use some other kind of platform. But those are all still around. I've got to take a break here. I want to send me a text 35192 to do that. You can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com. And if you want to watch live, you can go to our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show. WMMS. Buzzard Radio. Rover's Morning Glory.
One of these OnlyFans girls had a 100-man gangbang. She was outdone by the woman who did the 1,000-man gangbang.
Would you rather be part of the 100-man gangbang or the 1,000-man gangbang?
100.
Well, you think on the surface seems easy, 100, less guys. But then you're not part of the Guinness Book of World Records, so you don't get the accolades.
I'd say probably the 100, only because I don't like waiting in line. You buy a fast pass for this? Like Disney?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports. Presented by the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada. On this third day of Women's History Month, we're shouting out one of the greatest female athletes to wear number 3, Christy Pierce-Rampone. A 3-time Olympic gold medalist and 2-time World Cup champion, she played in 5 World Cups and 4 Olympics. She was inducted into the National Soccer Hall of Fame in 2021 and played in 311 international matches. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
The 2025 all-new Nissan Armada can tackle almost any just-in-case moment you encounter. So go drive it today. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Hey, it's Rob. Boost Mobile built America's newest 5G network and made it easier than ever to switch. And when you do, you can get a free Galaxy A15 5G.
want to go see Great White and Slaughter. They are on the road and coming to Cleveland this Saturday night, as a matter of fact. MGM Northfield Park is where it's going to go down. LiveNation.com. Go to WMMS.com. I think we got a whole big thing there set up for that show. Opportunity for you to raid the merch table. LiveNation.com. Otherwise, this Saturday night, want to go see Great White and Slaughter. You don't have to wait for Big Hair Wednesday. I'll have this for you all week. Get my first pair right now. Be caller number 10, and they are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan? The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I like to know where people are. Jordan listens in St. Louis. Mike is in Asheville, North Carolina. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in Portland, Oregon. Not Portland, Maine. I mean, we've got them kind of bookended in the Portlands across the country. But Portland, Oregon has held for a long time, and you Portlandiers know this, that's what you're called, that they held a record in the Guinness Book for the world's smallest park. Now, I don't know how you get this designated, because to me, it just looks like somebody glued down some green construction paper and could have put a couple of pieces of crap on there. But they got the Guinness people to agree since 1971 that the world's smallest park was there in Portland, Oregon.
Very own Tiny Mills and Park.
It makes me sad, Todd. I really like this park of ours. So the world's smallest park now losing its title. Guinness naming the unnamed park in Japan as the newest, tiniest park. So you're looking at video of ours here in Portland. There's this one in Japan. The park measures just 2.6 square feet, complete with a stool made of wood held up by a rock and a tiny little bush. The city of Portland has yet to respond to this recent dethroning, but I am bummed because Millen Park is here in downtown Portland. It's adorable little thing right off of NATO. I think Taylor is the street. And
so if it doesn't have a name, how can it be official?
I don't know. I mean, maybe all the other specs are there.
I think Guinness needs to take a second one.
Anyway, they banned her from there. But the question is, what is the smallest park, I guess, in Northeast Ohio? Do we have anything like this? I don't know what the criteria are for something like this to just go, hey, that's a really small park. I don't know what that designation would even be. But Portland, Oregon has lost it to this Nagazumi, a town called Nagazumi in Japan that now has the world's, about an hour outside of Tokyo, it's got the world's smallest park. And again, it really doesn't look like much of anything. And Cleveland's always looking for new things to plant its flag in. And why leave it to Portland, Oregon? We should try to claim that, the world's smallest park. The Cavaliers win in overtime last night. Speaking of Portland, the Trailblazers was 133 to 129 here at home. The Cavs are in Chicago tomorrow night to play the Bulls. They're off tonight. That'll be an 8 o'clock tip. Tomorrow night, 7:30 is the pregame. Now that we are in March, of course, you want to use the promo code SHAMROCK for, 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. And you'll hear all the Cavs basketball, of course, here on WMMS. And you can leave messages as well on the app for people who listen.
Hey, Alan. Rob. Just completely unrelated to anything. I was just curious if you have ever seen the Incredible Hulk movie with N-word Norton in it. It's pretty good. You should check it out. All right. Love you. Bye. Finger me, Alan.
All right. Let's not.
It's a lot to unpack in that message.
It really is. Finger me. Jesus, I'll tell you what. I was reading a story there in Washington State about a ceiling that collapsed. The ceiling of the movie theater collapsed during a screening of Captain America: Brave New World. I saw this piece of hot garbage yesterday. I wish the ceiling had collapsed on me.
Was it that bad?
Oh, God. I mean, the movie's doing fine. I'm sure there's people who like it. They gave away plenty. There were really very few spoilers because they gave away so much in the trailer. But it was like, I just wanted something. I wasn't champing at the bit to see the new Captain America, but I like Harrison Ford. I like Anthony Mackie. I mean, you know, I like what they were doing with it. I was curious enough. And I was like, you know what? It'll be some dumb, fun entertainment where I can just shut my brain off. But there's nothing to get you interested in this movie. The story is like paper thin. They're just throwing in characters. You're like, what is happening in this thing? There was nothing in this movie that made me go, yes, what a worthy addition to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But these people, unbelievably, nobody was hurt. But the people who were watching Captain America Brave New World, they're in a theater in Washington. The ceiling collapsed right on them.
Popped up towards the screen and a portion of the ceiling fell down. And as he looked up, he turned around and he ran and said, "Run," to his girlfriend. She didn't have time to get up and run, and the entire ceiling came down. She was covered in some of the debris and smacked her foot. Had they been sitting in the front row, she probably would have been crushed.
Yeah, nobody's going to sit in the front row. The way he told that story made it sound like the boyfriend got up and ran and told his girlfriend to run, right?
Might want to take my lead. Sing it, bitch.
Wow. The ceiling collapses. First of all, this guy's dragged his girlfriend to Captain America, I assume. And the ceiling collapses, and he runs and leaves her behind. He's like, I see what I see ya.
Could you
I'm
imagine?
going to find me a non-crippled girlfriend.
For the rest of his life, it's just going to be, remember that time you left me to die in the movie theater?
Oh, yeah. God, there's a great movie from years ago. They remade it, and I don't think anybody saw it. It's called Force Majeure. They remade it with Will Ferrell and Julia Louis-Dreyfus a few years ago. But I don't think anybody saw it. But the original is this Swedish movie called Force Majeure about this family who's at a ski resort and an avalanche comes. Guy, wife, 2 kids, and the dude books. The guy leaves his family behind. And then as the fog and the, people kind of go back to their tables, he just reflexively runs because he thinks they're all going to die in this avalanche. But it doesn't come to that, right? But people are like filming it, and so they get this guy. And so the rest of the movie is him like trying to get back into the good graces of his wife and his children because he's split. And I was like, oh my God.
There's no getting back. I mean, you just...
No, I don't know how you do that.
You just wear it forever. You keep it around. Just happens.
Yeah.
It's part of you now. Could you imagine sitting there watching that movie? Screen falls down on you. Split second, you got to be like, wow, they're really making these movies way more realistic.
I'll tell you, I didn't even pay for the Rumble seats or whatever it is, and Yeah.
Wow, man, that was so, he ran through that wall so much, debris landed on me.
If only the movie had been that exciting. I'm telling you, that was the most exciting thing of the movie to happen to those two, is the actual physical roof almost caving in. Downhill is the remake with Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Will Ferrell. It's called Downhill, but they redid a movie called Force Majeure that was very, very funny. The Swedish version is much more of like a dark comedy, where Downhill is probably more waka waka. But, yeah.
I was going to go see it this week, so that's good to know. Thank you.
Well, again, I was going to go see The Monkey, that Stephen King movie. And I was like, no, because if I'm going to go by myself, I need to see something that nobody else cares about, and it's going to be Captain America. So, again, it just wasn't good. Wasn't good. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who like it. I mean, it made like $200 million, and I think they had a precipitous drop from the first weekend to the second, but still, that's going to happen. Everybody who's got a boner to see it is going to go see it the first weekend. Superhero movies. And I can't imagine anybody walked out going, I've got to turn around and go see that again. And it's a bummer because it had good people in it, but most of them are wasted in their respective roles. So
Harrison Ford just took the paycheck?
I don't know. I mean, the character he's playing because William Hurt died. William Hurt was playing that character in the earlier Hulk movies. I mean, this is kind of a Captain America Hulk movie. And so it's fine.
What's with the Red Hulk?
Theoretically, well, that's what I'm saying. That should have been a big surprise, but because they put it, that tells me they didn't have enough faith in the movie as it is. They didn't have enough faith in people going to see, Anthony Mackie's Captain America now. So they spoil it in the trailer that Harrison Ford, who's the president of the United Thunderbolt Ross, longtime Marvel character in the comics and everything else, prominently featured in the Hulk movies. William Hurt played the character, and he died. They got Harrison Ford. But it was in the trailer that he becomes Red Hulk. So no spoilers. I mean, there wasn't one part of this movie I was like, well, I didn't see that coming. So, and it just wasn't good. It just wasn't good. I didn't go into it with high expectations, but even my fair to middling expectations weren't met. So I'm kind of like, all right. And it's not like those movies are $120, right? They're like 2 hours and 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, okay. Alan, how could you have forgotten Joey Molland, the drummer and last living member of Badfinger, who died yesterday? How indeed? How could I have forgotten that the drummer from Badfinger died? What was their big song? No Matter What?
Yep.
Was that the big song?
No matter what.
No matter what you say. That was Badfinger, right?
Yep.
Yeah, David Johansen was the last living member of the New York Dolls, by the way, because Sylvain was dead and Johnny Thunder's dead. Everybody from New York Dolls is dead. And now David Johansen is gone, too. I always confuse Badfinger with who?
Stinkfinger.
Yeah! No. This isn't a band that was ever on my...
Middle finger.
That was ever on my radar, really. Badfinger. They were a Welsh band.
Bad Religion.
No, nothing with bad in it.
Something with finger in it, then.
But like the singer killed himself, right? He was a young guy. He killed himself when he was 27. Because Badfinger was one of these bands where their manager just took all their money and left the guys destitute. A cautionary tale in the rock and roll business. So they were arguably more influential on subsequent bands than they were in the business. But the manager left them holding the bag and had nothing for them. I was watching, because my father-in-law was in town and he's a broker this weekend, there was a fair amount of business television on in my house. And so I was kind of sitting there and catching up with him and shooting the shrimp or whatever. And there was a crawl. Business television is all crawls. And one of them, I took a photo and I sent it to myself because I didn't want to forget, because it was something that was going to no doubt affect me personally. And it was that how the tariffs that are being imposed are going to adversely affect the tequila market.
Uh-oh.
Right? All of these things that you don't necessarily, when they talk about tariffs on items, people immediately think, steel and, materials and things like that. But the ripple effects of that, there's a big law of unintended consequences. And the tequila manufacturers, these tariff conversations, these tariffs being imposed are wreaking havoc on the tequila that comes from Mexico and other countries. Because there's a lot of confusion surrounding these two. Trump's not a bright man. When he talks business, he does not know what he's talking about. And so all these companies that do know what they're talking about, they all freak out. And so a lot of these tequila companies are forecasting that it's going to be a really, really bad year for them. That adversely impacts me and you as tequila consumers. And it's not for everyone. But this is, and if I were more conspiratorial, I'd think that the two are connected. This is on the cusp of us creating the labia roller coaster.
Thankfully,
as we inch ever closer to summer.
We spoke of gin being the base. The base.
Spirit.
So we're probably okay with that.
We did, but now...
You want it to be tequila?
Well, no, I'm just saying now, and I have to imagine that perhaps the gin market is going to be adversely affected as well.
Well, the good news is
it's going to get pared down so much. And again, this isn't a drink we're selling, but I mean, just for the purposes of the materials in putting this together, it's going to get pared down so much that the labia roller coaster is going to end up being Malort and Crystal Light.
I was going to say, it's going to be a shot of Jameson. Here you go.
Yeah, yum. So there's I don't know. There's a lot to figure out there. But that Captain America movie, I'm giving it the double thumbs down. I've got sperm news here.
Sperm news.
A lot of conversation earlier about refs, seeing as how one of the guard over there, the Cavaliers, Ty Jerome, complained about a ref by name. He called out the female ref in their overtime win against the Portland Trailblazers last night. Another referee story that came up was at a soccer match overseas. This is in Germany. The soccer match had to be called off after the child of one of the players ran up to the ref and bit him in the nuts. You know, you figure a kid is yay high. And, but boy, I wonder if this soccer player, I wonder if he, what do they call it, activated his kid. I wonder if he trained his kid like a sleeper agent, so if things weren't going his way, the kid would bolt out onto the pitch and bite the ref in the nuts.
This referee sucks. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Even before the game gets started, I want you to go over and I want you to bite him right in the sack.
Before referee Stefan Koller had even blown his whistle, the child of a player ran over and bit him in the testicle. They said they had no choice but to call off the game, and they will reschedule the two soccer clubs, football clubs, of course, football. And he said this kid ran out, and then to my complete surprise, I like where he put that in. It would have been weirder if he said, now, I don't know what took him so long. I've been expecting this for a while. But he made it a point to express his complete surprise that the kid gave him a sharp bite in the left testicle.
You got to wonder, man.
Maybe that's learned behavior. When you stop doing it, Dad, I'll stop doing it.
How do you... I don't know.
I don't even know how you get to that point where your kid is running up and biting people in the nuts.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, what was he? Maybe he wasn't aiming for it, but still, you run up to somebody, just bite him?
I guess so.
Right in the nuts. Oh, God. You know how much that must have hurt?
Well, that's why he was so surprised.
And they canceled the game for it. Like, that's how bad that was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
One of our bureau chiefs in the great state of New Jersey, the Garden State, sent the story about one of these spas. We've talked about these before, you know, not always in the context of professional athletes, but with Deshaun Watson here at home, it came up a lot. Who's the other guy? Tucker? Justin Tucker. He's the latest guy. He's the, kicker with the Ravens?
Yeah.
He's the guy that's being accused by multiple estheticians or whatever, masseuses of inappropriate behavior. A woman at one of these rub and tug joints, you know, they got a nice sign out front. Obviously, they're trying to keep the true business operation under wraps. A place called the Oasis Spa got raided by the cops, found a lot of condoms hidden inside a mattress. But what everybody's focusing on is the proprietor of the place is a woman named Soon Bang. I mean, it's low-hanging fruit, if you'll pardon the pun, but I mean, you know, they were finding condoms all over. They found them hidden in a mattress. They found them, the back studio was like a makeshift bedroom. They found some of them hidden in plant soil. And this is a town called Denville, New Jersey, about 30 miles outside Manhattan. And they, got somebody to squeal on the joint, I guess. But the female proprietor is an Asian woman named Soon Bang.
Long line.
I wonder if that was her real name or if she just repeated that so frequently, like Hodor in Game of Thrones, or they heard that repeated so frequently that they thought that was her name.
Comes from a long line of bangs.
Yes.
Bang Soon.
From the Beijing Bangs. It's a dynasty overseas.
Well, they do say you get named after what your ancestors do, right? Blacksmith.
Yes, right.
Bang. Long line of.
I come from a long line
massage
of massage
handers.
Yeah. Well, now the LLC, the ownership of the place was by someone named Dong Mei Wang. So now I'm just like, wait, okay, come on. Am I being trolled here? I mean, it's not. These are real people getting arrested. But it also sounds like when you come over, maybe you change your name. Again, I don't know how long they've been here. It doesn't say anything about that. But they're charging them with like money laundering and prostitution, all the usual stuff, all the greatest hits for one of these massage parlors.
You're not supposed to laugh at that.
No. So in between Soon Bang and Dong Mei Wang, they're getting the lion's share of trouble.
Dong Ma Wang.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
And it doesn't even really sound like they were kind of trying to keep it on the DL. I mean, she breadcrumbed them enough. And they're like, she doesn't verify the identities of the girls that work for her. She doesn't check their ID. They would put, the place had online reviews people were leaving that made it very clear that was a place you go get a rub and tug. Imagine leaving an online review like, bro, what are you doing to me? Like, you act like you've been here before? Online review.
Best OTPHJ
Yes.
of all time.
Oh. Soon Bang, yes, please.
Soon Bang is the goat.
God. The throat goat. No, I don't think she was doing any of the work. She was just whipping the girls into shape. She was running the joint. But holy cow. There's a bit of sperm news for you.
Sperm news.
Just keep thinking about that poor guy's nut.
Yeah. They should have taken him to this place. They could have rubbed it out and gotten him a little bit of...
I don't know if there's rubbing any bite marks out of a bit.
Oh, those will buff right out. They're tiny teeth. I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come back. I'll have Cavs tickets for you. They're going to be playing the Orlando Magic on the 16th, St. Patty's Day Eve, over at the Nomo Romo Fijo. Cavs.com will have all the details for the game, and I'll have a pair of tickets for you. You want to do them now? Because Cat's not here, right?
Yeah.
I'll do them now so you can get them in the break.
Okay.
Okay. Cavs tickets, be caller 10, and you and a guest will be at the Cavs Magic game on the 16th. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Coming back to Fox on Monday, March 17th.
Honoring the songs and artists you loved on iHeartRadio over the past year. And giving you an exclusive first look at the biggest new songs coming in the summer of 25.
And you can win your way to be there. And $1,000.
Lady Gaga will be honored with the Innovator Award.
Mariah Carey will receive the Icon Award.
And the biggest stars from all genres of music will go home winners.
Nominees include
Taylor Swift,
Morgan Wallen,
SZA,
Doja Cat, Jelly Roll,
Sabrina Carpenter,
Teddy Swims, Post Malone,
Billie Eilish,
Kendrick Lamar, Kane Brown, Linkin Park, Glorilla,
Lainey Wilson,
Green Day. We got so many. And of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
If you feel like owning a home is out of reach, Rocket is here to give you back the keys. Because they believe everyone deserves a shot at the American dream. Own the dream. Visit Rocket.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Explore the mysteries of rural America in the investigative podcast Obscurum. Season 1, Invasion of the Drones, details the story of chilling aircraft sightings in the Midwest, sparking conspiracy theories and lies until the shocking truth was revealed.
There was a drone, then it actually rotated around our house, almost looking as if it was peering in each window of our home.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Obscurum and start listening.
The Alan Cox Show.
What the hell is this? A pervert's convention or something?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Uh, 216-578-1007. Want to join us live or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you are going to get the details if you weren't able to join me this weekend. Hopefully you can come out because we're doing a lot of these over the next couple of weeks. We are back into the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament. The phones are X'd out.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm new at this. Sorry.
No, I understand. Kat's dealing with something, and so she's not back there doing the phones. Our Bud Light March Mini Hoops Tournament, I'm going to be back Thursday, Friday, Saturday this weekend next before we get to the finals on the 22nd. So this Thursday night, I'm going to be at the Parma Tavern, not far. Well, depending on where you are. I'll be at the Parma Tavern on Thursday. Friday, I'll be out at Burgers to Beers. Is it beer or beers? Either way, that is out in Solon. That's on Aurora Road. And then Saturday night, I'm going to be at The Basement, which is in Northfield on Aurora Road. So anyway, the entire schedule of where we're going to be and how you can get in is at AlanCoxShow.com. Just hit the contest page there. The top four high scores at each one of these stops will join us for the finals on the 22nd, and then one person will go to Las Vegas to compete for the grand prize.
Did you have any real ringers at your first two gigs?
I had a dude who won last year.
He won the whole thing?
Yeah. What was his name? Yeah, he was in Willoughby. I ran into him, I think, in Willoughby at the Porch. There were a lot of good people there on Saturday, a lot of people I hadn't met before that were fun to talk to.
Did he qualify again this year?
I think that he did. I would almost be positive that he did, but he was a guy who won and then went to Vegas. And he's like, I got to Vegas, I got smoked. But he won our whole thing. He went out to rep Northeast Ohio. And because the finals we did last year out like in Medina.
Yes, on tap. Medina.
Tap. No, I know that, but I mean the one, maybe it was whatever it was. It was when we were back in the corner there, and it was like, God, where was that? I thought that was in Medina too. Anyway, it doesn't matter what's going on in my brain right now. If you want to get out to one of these, if your Papa-Shot arm is good, then you should absolutely come out and try to qualify for this. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday of this week and next, I will be out, and that whole schedule is for you at either AlanCoxShow.com or WMMS.com. Cavs win in overtime last night against Portland, 133-129. They come back in a big way, and they're one of now only 7 teams ever in the NBA to have 3 10-game win streaks in a single season. So DeAndre Hunter, the big hero in overtime.
Such a big grab for the Cavs.
Yeah. And then, of course, Ty Jerome getting in trouble for calling out the female ref.
Yeah, Natalie.
Right. I mean, is the implication that he thought the other ref did a great job, or that her in his estimation, her misfires were more egregious?
And that's what it sounds like, right? If he's talking about being the queen of technical fouls, then perhaps that's
yeah.
Especially Natalie.
Alan, all the women who are running that Rub and Tug in New Jersey. Their names sound like those Asian pilot names that they trolled the television station. Remember the plane crash in San Francisco years ago?
Bang, ding, ow.
Bang, ding, ow. Yeah.
Something Wong, Wee Too Low, Ho Lee Fook, and Bang Ding Ow.
No one caught that before that went to air. Something Wong would have been the first one. I mean, that's the oldest joke of all time.
Bang, ding, ow.
We too low.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody caught that.
Holy fook.
But even as you're reading it, you aren't like, oh, okay.
Well, because that's what's going on. People have this wholesale criticism of media, and a lot of it's deserved. But a lot of it is death by 1,000 cuts. And at the local television level, you don't have bustling newsrooms like you used to have. You might have an intern on the news desk that's taking information like that. And because everybody wants to be the first ones on the air with information, there's way less gatekeeping going on, either by virtue of you just don't have enough people, or they go, get this on the air.
We're going to go live to the scene. We're standing here with Mike Roch. Mike, are you okay from this flight?
Yeah. Yeah.
Harry Paratestes, are you good? Are you
all
sure?
right out there?
Surprise landing.
Christy and Joe Horton, 9th anniversary, and Hugh Janus, turning 10. We'd mentioned...
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. It's one of those.
I totally.
I mean, one of the camera guys like, yo, Hugh Janus, bro.
You can hear the guy. That's like the lead host is like.
Yeah, the anchor. Yeah, Henry DiCarlo is the guy who got there. He's been out in KTLA for a long time.
When it happens all the time. I mean, people have been pranking that way forever, but man.
I mean, it wasn't name related. But Becky from Wayne County got us. I'm watching The Office over the weekend, the episode where Andy stabs himself, speaking of getting bit in the testes, stabs himself with the keys. That's what Becky got us on. Hey, guys, I had a friend one time. I used to work for a paper company. We were talking about genital trauma and the stories that people were sending us. People in this audience who have gone through some horrible things and live to tell the tale.
Hook, line, and sinker.
We did. Because I was so excited to get it, say it with me, on the air.
Oh, I see.
Right?
You didn't have time to.
Well, I wouldn't have gotten, I mean, I do. I pre-listen to these things. I never put anything on the air unlistened to. But the point is, she got me because I didn't process it properly, right? I could have listened to it 5 or 6 times and I still wouldn't have gotten it.
We did. It was a few times when we were like, oh, yeah, can you believe that? That poor guy took a key in the nuts.
Yes.
Jesus.
Which has got to be a huge payoff for Becky.
Oh.
And God bless her, right?
That's her stairway to heaven.
Right. And she's since called in plenty of times and with nothing hinky whatsoever. And that's another part of her genius, is she is, in fact, going to wait until we kind of get this false sense of security, and then she's going to hey, I got a friend who met God, and he gave him these powers, and he made a local news anchor blather on and on and on, and he could turn the night into day and the day into night.
And his name was Bruce.
Yeah. That's when she's going to get me. I'm not trying to give her any ideas.
Once the guard's down.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she already has ideas, believe me.
She probably does.
You get us once. The taste of success.
I believe George Bush said it best. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, ain't gonna get fooled again. Fool me thrice, well, it's probably a prize of some kind in it for you.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. Hey, man, I was wondering if you or Rob or Kat are going to attend the Hippie Festival this summer at Hocking Hills. Get your granny glasses out, your tie-dye T-shirt on. Go have some fun. Kat would probably enjoy it. In fact, everybody would enjoy it. It's a good time. Hope to see you out there. Take care of each other. Trucker John out.
Oh, my. Kat probably would love it. This hippie fest, by the way, that only does a handful of cities, I'm pretty sure it's like a low-key Jesus camp, though. I know they're like, hey, man, groovy, baby. But it's, it's got like Bible verses all over the website. So, some people are down with that, but I don't know that it's, I don't know if they're trying to be like, well, obviously they're not trying to be quiet about it because, like I said, it's all over the website. But I'm sure Hippie Fest is fine. No, John, I don't know that I'll be going out to Hippie Fest.
Nope.
It's in Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. It's out in Hocking Hills the 9th and 10th of August. But they're also in Trufant, Michigan, and Tipton, Indiana. So I don't know if those are just the Midwest dates or I had heard about Hippie Fest, but I was like, oh, maybe it's just like if it's family friendly, then it's not a free love type situation. But
I'm literally scrolling through this website, and it's the first website in my life that I can smell the pictures.
Right.
Like, exactly what this place smells like.
Right. Well, but I don't know that. That's
Yes,
what I'm
you
saying.
do.
It says family friendly.
It doesn't
so
matter.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of people. I don't know that it's going to smell like weed. That's what I'm
maybe it
saying.
won't.
I think this thing is like painted with a tie-dye patina, but they're probably still like, hey, God is great.
I agree.
Which is not for me. A lot of people dig that, but
you're still going to be smelling patchouli.
oh,
lots
patchouli.
of it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I like patchouli,
I do
man.
too.
I mean, as a Gen Xer in the early 90s, you know how everything smells like weed now? Everything smelled like patchouli in the grunge era, and I didn't mind it.
I
you
like
know?
patchouli.
You'd go to a girl's house after leaving the bar or whatever, and the whole place smelled like patchouli. You're like, that's pretty good. That's not bad. I don't know when it fell out of favor. Your naga champa, your patchouli. It's very reminiscent of that Gen X period, but I don't know when it fell out of favor.
I just mean all the burning incense, comboed with the patchouli, comboed with the obvious BO from some of these shirtless folk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
BO's
smell
a fact
the
of
photos.
life, you know what I mean? Like, and we're talking back in the day when, like, you could still smoke in bars. So you came home already smelling like smoke, your clothes, your hair, everything. And then on top of that, light some patchouli. But anyway, Trucker John, thank you, pal. I will not be attending, but that sounds like it's right up Kat's alley, by the way. So I don't know if that's something that she'll attend or not. She came out to my appearance on Friday. We hung out for a little bit. It was a lot of fun. I'd like for more people to meet her because she's delightful. So
I hope she's all right out there. Still
was
isn't
dealing
here.
with a flat tire. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's no good. I still got people submitting their, you know what I'm going to say. I still have people submitting their flatulence to me. And again, this is all unsolicited. This is nothing that I've asked for. But they keep soliciting or they keep submitting it to me. One person submitted a video, which I'm not able to download. And that has to be even my computer telling me, enough is enough. It's enough already. We're not going to synthesize this for you. But somebody sent me a screenshot of someone's confession about how they cut one in the stairwell at work, and it created a whole big problem, I guess. I drank my usual morning protein shake, and I ended up with bubble gut. And I'm going up the stairs to my office, and I ripped a huge one in the stairwell. Now, this person doesn't specify if they're male or female. Not that that matters, but it's like it just kind of, it puts it in a different perspective or context for you. In the stairwell, ripped a huge one in the stairwell. Obviously, I think that's the polite thing to do. But you forget that a lot of times it'll follow you, too. Anyway, the SVP of Human Resources came in not long after that and got a big face full of my beef, is how this person describes it. She contacted the facilities team, and they came to the conclusion that a rodent must have died in the walls or in the HVAC system. This led them to getting big blower fans out and calling our HVAC company to inspect the air ducts and called Orkin out to scout out all the walls.
Calling BS.
That's how pervasive this person's alleged flatulence was. You're calling BS.
Do you know how long that fart had to hang out to go through that many levels of things where people smelled it?
Here's all I'll say. I have a third grader. She just turned 9. And I'm happy that kids of this generation, we were very, very reticent to pass any gas. That's probably why I'm not a farty guy. Because growing up when I did, not only the Catholic thing, which, you're taught from an early age, your body is filthy, and it's only for making other bodies, and anything other than that, you're going to go to hell, right? So that's in there. But there was a lot more literal anal retentiveness when I was growing up. Like, if anybody heard you fart, you were mocked, right? You were pointed at, you were laughed at, you were mocked. It was gross, it was funny, whatever, all those things. But it was hard to live down. Kids now, at least when I see my daughter and her peer group, if they let something go, they excuse themselves and everybody moves on. But over the weekend, my child let one go. And it wasn't by design, but this thing sat in the room we were in like it wasn't. It sat there like it was going to be camping out for the month. And I was like, oh my God, what is happening in here right now? And she couldn't have cared less. Which is fine. I don't want anybody to be embarrassed or feel weird or whatever. But to your point of how long could this hang out, boy, sometimes they just hang out.
But not long enough. Not long enough for the HR person to call.
Orkin?
But to the step of the Orkin, right? So from HR to call the facilities person, for the facilities person to call the HVAC people, for the HVAC people to call the Orkin person. It is impossible for a fart to hang that long.
Well, here's what I'm saying, though. It doesn't necessarily have to. They don't have to still smell it. They just have to get a call from the woman in charge who goes, I need you to check X, Y, and Z. And they go, okay, right? It's a gig. They don't care. They can walk in and go, we don't smell anything. We didn't find anything. Here's your bill.
Wouldn't you think, though, that the facilities guy wouldn't go the extra step? If he's like, I'm good. We're good here. You'd call Orkin to make sure?
I mean, one of the comments on this post was, my partner does HVAC and can confirm. People call maintenance over farts so often. Now, this could be BS too, but said that he got a thing that could differentiate that kind of gas from dangerous gas because people were wasting so much company resources on maintenance requests to, quote unquote, fix the smell. He's like, now he just has to go and prove to people that there isn't an emergency. I don't know.
He's brings the fart detector out every time someone calls maintenance.
But
we got that smell again.
These kinds of stories. It's what's brought the resurgence back of that video from a long time ago of the guy sitting in the tree singing about parts of the body, trying to keep. It's called the Proper Words song. Anybody remember this? It was a guy, I don't know why he's in a tree, but he's playing a guitar, and it's called the Proper Words song, so that kids have the information about the parts of their body that might be considered funny, and that they're not using lingo or slang.
Our anus is a useful thing indeed. The anus gives relief in time of need. We all have an anus, so no matter what you've heard, remember that anus is the proper word.
Do you remember the Proper Words song?
I don't.
I don't remember how old this is, but from the looks of it, I mean, and he's like, I thought he was sitting in a tree. He's sitting on like a big piece of art or what looks like a slide. I don't know why you would do this song in a park with a slide, but yeah, it was around a long time ago.
I didn't think he was going to end it with word. Like, I totally would have written that to rhyme turd in at the end. That's what the anus is
No.
for.
This is all instructional. And again, if you have kids in the car right now, these are words. He's trying to get them to avoid the slang words.
Oh.
Right?
Is what boys have down in front. Penis is the word, though it seems blunt. All boys have a penis. So
everybody could have rhymed something.
You've heard. Remember that penis is the proper word. Vulva is what girls have down below. Even though most people
now, I don't know if this guy was I don't know if he was a doctor of some kind. I don't know. But he wants the kids to be using the proper word.
45 years old and I can't listen to that.
You raise your hand and you say, hey, I need to go to the bathroom, Mrs. Jenkins. My anus hurts. And that's good. I mean, I got the birds and the bees talk really early as a kid. So when everybody else in the 4th grade thought you got girls pregnant by kissing them, I was like, no.
Wait, have I got some news for you?
Yeah. Wuxtray, read all about it.
Listen to this story.
Huh. So that's valuable information.
I want to be sure you know how to use a condom, rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So, yeah, that's an old. I started to see that pop up again. That old video. The proper words song. Well, parts of your body.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
Hey, they announced the Offspring are going back on the road. They announced that show this morning. I think these tickets are before you can buy them, so I'll have them for you all this week. Offspring on the Supercharged in 25 tour. The new album is called Supercharged. And they got Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory coming with them, too. It's part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. And right, these are not on sale until Friday morning, so you'll win them from me all week before everybody else puts their mitts on them. Friday at 10 at livenation.com. The show is Wednesday, August 13th at Blossom. I want to see Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, and Newfound Glory. Caller 10 as we go to break here. These tickets are for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts Love Earth Tour, Friday, August 15th at Blossom. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
No heat?
Hey, it's Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Another 6 months for free. Now, I'm no accountant, but that seems like a really good deal. So head to your nearest Boost Mobile store and make the most out of your refund. And I'll go back to my day job. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
say yes.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192, send me a text. If you want to join me over the next couple of weeks, try to get yourself to Vegas for the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. I'm out a lot, maybe in your backyard. So AlanCoxShow.com will, on the contest page, get you all the locations where I'll be out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, this week, and next. We'll have our finals on the 22nd at On Tap in Medina. Cavs off tonight after that overtime win last night. Close one, 133 to 129 over the Portland Trail Blazers. They're off tonight. They will be at the United Center tomorrow night to play the Chicago Bulls for an 8 o'clock tip-off, 7:30 pregame, and then they will host the Miami Heat here at home on Wednesday night. Use the promo code SHAMROCK all this month for 20% off. Are we talking yet about St. Patty's Day?
Why not? Let's. We haven't yet, but
We're going to be live at the Clevelander on St. Patty's Day, just to let people know. We're crossing the T's and dotting the I's, but what we've done in years past is just kind of a random broadcast, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like we play music, but we just kind of get on and dick around in between the songs.
Yeah, whoever's on, you know.
Yeah, and so, so we'll be posted up at the Clevelander. I mean, we start like when Rover goes off the air, yeah?
Yeah, and we'll go up through 6.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming we can stay sober till 6.
Well,
sober-ish.
Ish,
yeah.
yes.
Loosely sober.
There you go, right. So whatever your St. Patrick's Day plans are, you can probably, I think most people kind of post up and don't move. You know, I don't know that people really bounce around on St. Patty's Day because that can be a pain in the ass. But just to kind of give you guys the big picture there, we are going to be set up around the corner here at the Clevelander on St. Patty's Day, which is a Monday this year. And that will start live from there shortly after 10 o'clock or whenever RMG signs off. Yeah, we just kind of jump in and screw around and, play music and have fun.
Yeah, I said whoever's on. I meant whoever's sitting there when we're supposed to be on. Like it just grab a microphone and go.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be good. Looking forward to that. March is going to be a lot of fun. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. They got wildfires in South Carolina. I was hearing from our bureau chiefs in the Carolinas. I saw a clip last night. It said fire in Myrtle Beach, and I thought that it was just a building that had caught on fire. I thought that because it looked pretty big, but I thought that the story was about, I didn't click on it to read it, but I thought that the story was about like an apartment complex or something that had caught on fire. I didn't realize it was part of I guess they forgot to rake their forests there too. But they got wildfires. The governor of South Carolina has declared a state of emergency. Wildfires erupting in the Carolinas and Georgia. 10 active wildfires. I don't know that people think about that. You associate wildfires with Canada, with California. Thousands of acres scorched, forcing people to flee their homes. At one point, more than 175 fires were burning in South Carolina. I have relatives in North Carolina, but we do have a lot of people who listen to us in the Carolinas. Unusually dry conditions and gusty winds. And they said they're going to get a cold front through there. That'll bring some rain. But yeah, I guess if I had looked at it a little bit further, I would have been like, oh yeah, that's bigger than an apartment complex. But just in the thumbnail of the video I saw, that's what I thought that it was. I had no idea that it was as big of a deal as it is. A major one in Myrtle Beach, 2 in Williamsburg County, 1 in Beaufort County. Again, unless you're one of our listeners in South Carolina, this probably doesn't mean anything to you, but it is pretty wild.
Pardon the pun.
What?
You said it was wild.
Yeah, although wildfire. Yeah.
It also says North Carolina now declaring state of emergency.
There you go. This is what I'm saying. Fires, boy, they just don't pay attention to boundaries. They know nothing of these boundaries.
And this kind of a fuel type, as we call it, so it can be a little scary.
Towers of smoke from wildfires can be seen for miles in North Carolina as well, as the region hopes the most dangerous fire conditions are under control. And while firefighters will get some relief from those powerful wind gusts we saw over the weekend, there still is a burn ban in place across the entire state of South Carolina because of the wildfire risk. This region is short.
Did she say Saul, the pictures we saw? There's people who put L's in their W words, and I never understood that. Those pictures we just saw. Anywho, just splitting hairs there on a fellow broadcaster, and I shouldn't do that. She's out there and trying to give people accurate information on what's happening. But if I hadn't seen that little thumbnail, I wouldn't have known until one of the bureau chiefs hit me up. I was paying closer attention to this school bus in Cleveland Heights that burst into flames. You see that one? Bus headed to Monticello Middle School or Monticello Middle School. The driver said that the kids all got out and that nobody was hurt, but this thing was engulfed in flames over there.
Heart-stopping video of a near tragedy in Ohio.
This is going to be a bus vehicle on fire, unsure if it is occupied.
Showing massive flames and black smoke engulfing a Cleveland Heights school bus during its morning run to a local middle school. The district confirming there were 15 students on board.
Every child is accounted for. Every child's off the bus.
Firefighters hailing the bus's driver for acting quickly and getting everyone out safely.
It's just a blessing that the kids got out alive.
Witnesses saying they heard a loud explosion.
I saw the girl waiting for the bus. 2 to 3 minutes later, I heard a big boom.
City officials telling NBC News the fire appears to have been caused by a mechanical issue, with the superintendent saying in a letter to parents flames broke out behind one of the rear wheels. The exact cause under investigation.
After about 5 minutes, it was all engulfed in flame, and it was just unbelievable.
This report from Ohio State Highway Patrol confirms the bus just passed its annual mandatory inspection on February 14th.
You know, they checked their long stroke clamp on that bus, Rob. And everything was fine. I was reading the report on that. And
those things all run on propane now, too, don't they?
The long stroke clamps?
No, the buses.
Oh, I don't know.
I think all the buses run on propane now, so they're lucky that thing didn't, explode.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, this driver must have been clenched, hoping to get all those kids off. Last thing you want is a national story of a bus full of kids, even if 1 or 2 of them got hurt. I mean, it sounds like everybody's fine, but it obviously could have gone the other way. 15 kids. And again, I didn't ride the bus growing up, so I don't know what the protocol is for that. I mean, obviously, if they were able to determine that there was a fire in the back, you get them all out the front. But depending on how quickly something like that happens, I don't know. And then if you're the person that lives right there where the bus is burning down, right into your front yard, those people might have an issue too.
You mind moving that up a little bit? It's not a good place to park. You're going to kill my grass.
Hey, I just got this stuff all back. Could you please do something about the... Ma'am, I'm trying to get all these kids off the bus. That's fine, but when you do... The kids are all fine? How many were on the bus? 15. How many are accounted for? 8. All right. Do you need all 15? I mean, you're scorching my lawn right there. It's
Get off my lawn.
Got a chemical guy coming out here, and now look at it. So, yeah, hopefully this driver will get some kind of official accolade from the University Heights School District out there. The driver credited the annual bus evacuation drills that drivers conduct with students for preparing them to act swiftly. So there you go. This is why they do these drills. You kids, ingrates, you go, well, I'm never going to use this. Yeah, you will. And the driver goes, what if this bus were to catch on fire? Yeah, ha, ha, ha. What if this bus catches on fire? At least you got a story. Because I have to imagine another bus had to take them to school. They go, how was your morning? Our bus burst into flames. And Mr. Franklin, or whoever the driver was, Miss Franklin, I don't know if it was a male or female driver, got us off. and everybody's fine. The bus driver got you off? No. We were extricated from a burning vehicle.
Punctuation matters.
What I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to tell you. But, a closer look at this manifest here for this vehicle inspection report, as long as that long stroke clamp is taken care of back there on the brakes. It's not an old bus. It's a 2017. So I was on the corner of Cambridge and Northampton Roads, there in the Cleveland area on the east side. And, blew right up. But everybody's okay. And good for them.
I mean, every day on the bus from that day forward will now be a good day. Like your parents will be like, hey, how was your day on the bus? It's great. Didn't explode.
Nothing caught on fire today. Even if you were like the kid nobody liked, how was the bus ride today? I got de-pantsed, but I didn't burn to death.
A couple of spitballs in the neck, but there was no fire.
It's all silver lining after that.
The refs were really bad last night. I think the average amount of free throws between two teams in a regular game is like 40 to 50, and I believe we shot 70 or more between the two teams last night. And I have no problem. I'm going to blame it all on Natalie. So, thanks, Natalie. Good thing we won, or I would be asking people to firebomb your house. Natalie.
Wow,
Jesus.
He's going in.
It's aggressive.
Woof.
Fire bombs. God damn.
I mean, really?
That's 0 to 100.
Okay, maybe that was a little extreme, guys. Sorry about that. No, I'm not. Screw you, Natalie.
Wow, he didn't
double down.
He really did. He thought better of it and left another message and said, "No, I'm not sorry about that at all." I mean, listen, it's probably hard enough, and she's got 6 or 7 seasons under her belt now. But it's probably hard enough. I have to assume she's one of the first female refs in the NBA. They don't have many. You can count them on one hand, as far as I know. And, these women are the trailblazers in a male-dominated area.
I think that was the problem, is it appeared that they were playing for the Trailblazers. That was the
refs were.
The entire gripe. You just said they're Trailblazers. I think that was the problem. Right?
Right. No, listen, you're right. I wish I had been on that bus today. I wish it had exploded. I wish I had just sat there and...
You having one of those days?
Immolated on the bus. Yes, I am.
And
I don't know why.
A day that you wish there was an explosion on a bus that you were on.
That I was on.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one then.
That kind of day. This is what I'm saying. No.
Hey, at least you're not me. You're not having to buy a new car. Your kid didn't total one of yours last week.
The day is still young.
No, don't say that.
No, I'm dealing with my son's car.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because his girlfriend got T-boned and they totaled his car out.
They just paid the difference in the loan?
Yes.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, and then you got to go out and buy a new car.
That's
at least
the thing. The totaling evened out
At least they're going to write us a check for a new car. But
there you go.
I just don't want to know what those premiums are going to look like.
Right.
17-year-old on her second car. Same policy. Oh, boy.
Alan, those bus drills were always jumping out the back door. Well, yeah, right, because that door is just one big door that swings open. That forward door is kind of like it's like an accordion door, right?
Mm-hmm. Those were the best, too. You get like that, they'd take you and you have to practice. I always sat in the back, so I always got to be the guy that got to open the door. Go open the door. And you open it up, and everybody starts jumping out one at a time.
So it wasn't that someone was designated to be the door opener. You just sat in the back.
Yeah, it was the person that sat in that seat was the one that opened the door.
Because when you're on a plane now, if you sit in the exit row, you have to verbally acquiesce when the flight attendant asks you if you're prepared to open that door. They need verbal confirmation from you. You can't not. They need to hear you. And so you have to think that a good proportion of those people have been, as a younger kid, in bus drills. And so you'd have to go, I know what I'm doing here. I'm fine. I got more leg room. Something happens. I'm going to pop this puppy up so fast, don't even worry about it.
Who's going to say no to get you? Like, okay, there's a plane crash. You're sitting in that seat and your job is to open the door. Isn't that the first thing you want to do?
I've seen somebody move their seat on a flight because they were hinky on being charged, having the charge of if something happens, you got to open that up. I don't know if she thought she wasn't strong enough or I don't know what it was, but this woman was sitting there hemming and hawing with the flight attendant.
The first thing
and
you
got
want.
up and they moved her. And I'm like, good, let's move her. I'll trade places with her.
The first thing you want in a plane crash is to get off of that plane. I'd open the door, follow me, gone.
Yeah. Well, Rob, you're a leader.
No.
Not a follower.
I'm a coward, and I want to get off the plane as quick as I possibly can.
Coward. Everybody follow me. Yeah, but you're saying follow me. You're out in front.
I want to be the first one off. That's all. That's the only reason.
Follow
and it's
me.
like the whole, make sure you help the person next. You put your mask on before you help the person next to you.
Right.
Why do you have to tell anybody that?
Well, because, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't know that they need to tell you.
I'd be like, look, kids, you're big enough. You see those things come down, put them on your face. Then maybe I'll check once mine's on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to not.
Alan, that breaking news that fire in South Carolina was discovered to have been caused by the flamer Lindsey Graham. Do you see what they did there? I don't believe that's the preferred nomenclature. I think that's, I see what you're getting at, but I don't know.
Trust me, gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay, gay it's going to be.
South Carolina forest fire is just a preemptive book burning. All right. Stephen Canton says there's a female ref named Ashley that Luka Doncic flirted with on court that made headlines a couple of years ago. Yeah, see, that's the difference, too, is with all due respect, this referee that the Cavs guy is talking about, she wouldn't turn my head. But there's some female refs who probably would. So maybe he was trying to stick it to her that way. Maybe he was trying to neg her. Remember when that was a thing? All the pickup guys taking classes. How do you pick up ladies? You treat them like crap. I know there's plenty of guys that still do that, despite the fact that it's never once worked. But they still do it. Maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe that was his weird way of flirting. You don't think so? You think I'm stretching?
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
It's a stretch.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to consider every possible permutation of this. All right, I've got to take a break. Let me give you these Sonic Temple tickets before we go to break. I go see Sonic Temple. It is back in Columbus, back in May, and 100-plus bands. You're going to have Metallica doing their two-night thing. Rob Zombie and Alice in Chains, and who else is at Sonic Temple? Everybody's at Sonic Temple. Chevelle, Incubus, Alice Cooper, Corrosion of Conformity, and Korn, and Sevendust. Jimmy Eat World, for my money, is the weirdest booking on Sonic Temple.
Yep.
They're coming through with Offspring. I got those tickets all this week. But Jimmy Eat World in the middle of all these other bands, Mastodon and Suicidal Tendencies and Acid Bath, Kill Switch Engage, Ministry, goes on and on and on. So I'll have passes for you all this week. 4-day general admission weekend stadium passes at historic Crew Stadium in Columbus. It is May 8th through the 11th. You can go to sonictemplefestival.com to get the exhaustive list of bands and when they play. But this pair of weekend passes for you. Be caller 10, and we'll get them for you right now. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly cloudy overnight, a slight chance of rain down to 35. Tomorrow becoming mostly sunny with a high of 57. Wednesday, rain and windy. Wednesday's high 59.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024.
another ringing endorsement
You're an idiot. Your show sucks, and you've proven that many times.
for the Alan Cox Show.
You're so stupid.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Was our Sonic Temple winner appropriately excited?
Sure was.
See Metallica do 2 nights out there, and I got Sonic Temple 4-day passes for you all this week, right around this time. And Metallica doing that thing that they've been doing on tour, where they do 2 different nights, 2 completely different sets, no repeat weekends is what the M70 tour has been. So they are your Friday and Sunday night headliners. Rob Zombie and Alice in Chains opening those nights, respectively. But Master of Puppets is 39 years old today. Next year, by my math, the 40th anniversary of this album. I kind of worked backwards with Metallica. I started with Master of Puppets and then went backwards, went back to Ride the Lightning, went back to Kill 'Em All. But Metallica, for me, was the pivot from my Van Halen era. When I was a kid, I lived and breathed Van Halen. When I started playing the drums and, but Metallica, then my whole life became about Metallica. And Master of Puppets was a quantum leap for these guys. I mean, they were already showing what they were probably gonna do. But this was what really got them. I mean, Master of Puppets it's in the National Recording Registry, like the Library of Congress, right? Where they go, this is culturally significant. It is a huge, huge leap for Metallica at the time. It was the last album with Cliff Burton. They canceled the European tour because he died in that tour bus crash. They came back to the States and started looking for a new bass player, and of course they ended up with Jason Newsted. And that was a tumultuous relationship with those guys too. But they went on the road and opened for Ozzy, and in a lot of cities, the word was that these guys were eclipsing the headliner. But I had to wait for a while. Master Puppets came out, like I said, 39 years ago today. So March 3rd, I didn't get it till Christmas. I don't know why I didn't get it for my birthday, but I got it for Christmas. And I just beat the hell out of it.
So And Justice was the first album that Newsted was on?
Yes. 1989, I think Justice came out. Well, no, they did the Garage Days thing, and he was playing on those songs, I think.
That was after, wasn't it?
I think. Well, it was released after. He was on the cover.
Yep.
But I thought he played on those. That was just them dicking around.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But the first full length would have been Justice, which was 1989, I believe. 88 and Justice for All.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was their first full length to have Jason Newsted, who was the pride of Battle Creek, Michigan. My first full-time radio job. One of our sales reps was Jason Newsted's brother, Greg Newsted. Very nice dude. Never managed to meet Jason, but he was already gone by the time I met Metallica. But I loved Master of Puppets, boy. I could not get enough of this album.
Boy, it is pretty hard to believe. 39 years.
39 years.
Jesus.
Right? That's pretty wild.
And they're still doing it, like, at epic levels.
They really are. I mean, listen, Lars is not recreating these songs anymore. He's not out there doing Dyer's Eve. But, they have streamlined their sound, and when they need to, they can go back and do these songs. I mean, it, obviously requires probably the most physical exertion on the part of Lars Ulrich, but again, this was kind of when Metallica made they kind of became what people came to understand were the very best of the genre. I mean, for lack of a better perspective on it, I mean, these guys were the ones that kind of like put heavy metal into like big leagues, because we were like, oh, this is the band that is bringing, they're going to open people's ears to that kind of music. That's
Yeah,
why
they
it was
made it mass appeal.
That's why it was so strange when the Black Album, the Black Album 30 years hence is considered this kind of groundbreaking landmark thing. But if you are a Metallica fan from the jump, when the Black Album came out, we didn't know what was going on.
Everybody was pissed, remember?
Well, it was just, I just remember when it came out, and we sat on the hood of my brother's car and listened to it. It got on cassette, and we listened to it in his car. And it starts with Enter Sandman, and obviously they knew better than anyone else. It was a gamble, of course, but, you're going to shed some of your old audience, but you're going to exponentially expand your new audience. But us listening to it as Metallica fans, we're like, Jesus, what is this, disco? I mean, now you've heard those songs so often that they're just part of the catalog. But when the Black Album first came out, you're like, I don't know what I'm listening to. It was so slick, and it was so not thrashy, or I don't know.
No, it was a complete abandonment of what everybody knew of them, for sure. But then again, when you think about it, I mean, Kill 'Em All was probably their hardest album, right? When they first started.
Yeah, that was their most punk thrashy, Motorheady type of thing. And
so in theory, I mean, really everything was kind of a little bit different as they sort of evolved into the Black Album. Then they came out with Load and Reload, and people freaked out again, but they sold 1 billion copies of those too. I mean, everything that those dudes have done, I'm just sitting here scrolling. Every single album that they've sold or put out has sold over 5 million copies. Every single one of them.
Yeah, I wasn't riding with them by the time I kind of bailed for a bit. When they got to Load and Reload, we were playing them on the radio. I'm in rock radio, so I'm playing all the singles. I'm playing Until It Sleeps, and I'm playing Hero of the Day, and I'm like, it's fine. But that to me is, I was like, these guys sound like a bunch of other bands now.
That was the first tour that I saw them on, was the Load tour.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I saw them on Reload. I mean, I've seen them 4 times, I think. Yeah, because when they did Hardwired, I saw them on that. And then I was supposed to go to this 72 Seasons tour, but I haven't, so... But yeah, I love Metallica, man.
I do too, but I mean, again,
band.
I will always love old school Metallica most. So, I love Saint Anger. I know most people hate Saint Anger. I think Saint Anger and Death Magnetic are their 2 best modern day albums. I love them.
Really?
Yes.
Over Hardwired?
Yes.
See, I thought Hardwired was great because it was a return to that Metallica sound.
Well, I don't think so. I think they got back to that with Saint Anger. I mean, I know Saint Anger was a Pro Tools record.
Yeah.
But I think Saint Anger and Death Magnetic is when they kind of got back to that.
When Lars was playing the beer keg snare.
I didn't mind that. I know that, and as a drummer, I guess I should hate it, but that was what really jumped out at everybody, and they hated it so much. But I was like, that's such a bold move for this that I couldn't help but respect what they were trying to do there. When you've been doing it for that long and you go, how the hell do we make any of this sound different or sound not like us or sound interesting? And,
So when you went back and listened in reverse, what was your favorite album after you heard Master of Puppets?
Ride the Lightning is still my favorite Metallica record.
Really?
Yeah.
Fair.
The second one.
Yep.
But the first, I mean, you see, Kill 'Em All, Lightning, Puppets, and Justice for All. That is a flawless beginning of a discography.
I still am pretty partial to Kill 'Em All, honestly. I love that album, and I love the Hit the Lights, the song.
Yeah, no, it's all great.
I mean, it's
all great.
Whiplash is on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I mean, they're songs at a level where if you see another band cover them, you're like, this is amazing. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, because you can't wipe your ass with those songs. You've got to nail them. Right? And if you're going to do them, you better nail them. You're not playing Creed songs.
Right.
You're going to play Metallica songs. You better play them. But, yeah, anyway, 39 years ago today, Master of Puppets drops and really kind of puts those guys in a completely different league. They became a big league band with that. But they lost Cliff Burton. They canceled that European tour because he died in that bus crash. And it was also, I think, Master of Puppets was the first one that didn't have Dave Mustaine's fingerprints on it. Because up till then, they had been playing songs that either he started or he wrote some of the lyrics for, or there had been some riffs in there. And I think Master of Puppets might have been the first one where there wasn't really any Dave Mustaine fingerprints on it.
Were you a Megadeth kid too?
Yeah, I like Megadeth.
Yeah.
I mean, Mustaine's voice is so weird that it was so alluring to me. But they were more of like a straight ahead thrash band to me than Metallica. So yeah, I'll always love Megadeth. Just because he's so cranky and not so much anymore. I think he found Jesus, he got sick, and maybe kind of took some new perspective. But for a long time, boy, Dave Mustaine was like, good luck talking him off the ledge.
I always felt like I couldn't like them because I loved Metallica.
No, I didn't care. I dug them both. And everybody did fine. You know what I mean? Everybody had great careers. Everybody did fine.
Except Cliff Burton.
Except it didn't work out so well.
Didn't work out so well for him.
No.
It sounds like Rob's mind's made up, but I mean, some of these Jimmy Buffett songs, if they don't get you all up in the feels, Rob, I don't know, man. I was proud when you said that Tom Petty really hurt you when he passed because he's my all-time favorite, but you got to give some of these Jimmy Buffett songs a shot, man. Last Mango in Paris isn't like a silly song about a mango in Paris. It's a song about an old man telling him stories about his life, sitting at a bar in Key West. Of course it's Key West because it's Jimmy Buffett. He went to Paris. My God, that's a tearjerker song about an old man telling the story of his life again.
Wait, so all of his songs are about old men telling their life stories? What is Matt trying to get across here?
That's what it sounds like. I don't know.
Matt's having the opposite effect. He's trying to get you to listen to Buffett. He's making me not want to listen to any of this stuff.
It's an old man singing about his life. Yeah, I don't
Just
know.
what you want to listen to cheer you up. No wonder it had to be drenched in like booze and sunlight.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, man. I only know what I know, and I know that I hate it.
Jimmy Buffett, give it a shot, man. A pirate looks at 40 if that's not about getting old and your life.
They're all about getting old.
He's got a song called The Bama Breeze that I just flat out love. It's about a bar that his sister still owns down on the Gulf Shore. Man, you got to give Jimmy Buffett a try. Your mind is so close to the Buffett goodness.
Go away.
Well, there's Matt's thoughts on Jimmy Buffett. It is funny how, music is so personal to people. It is funny where they almost take it as an affront that you can't hear what they hear. Matt's whole thing is, man, you just gotta, and that's true of any band. Any band you don't like, and people go, but you gotta. Do I? Because I've lived for a long time with them not being on my radar, and what you are trying to tell me is that my life has been exponentially diminished by that not being in my life. I'm just going on this big Metallica love letter here. There's people who hate Metallica.
Oh, yeah.
I don't tell them, but you got to hear But music is so personal to people. They're like, if only. Now, sometimes it works. There have been people who have told me, they're like, yeah, you might not like that song, but how about this one? And but really, you should check them out. And once in a while, I will. That's how I came to Glass Animals. Was a friend really kind of trying to get me in the mood for that band. Now, there's some monotony to that band. They have a very specific sound and meter, but they're good, and they would not have crossed my path had this person not told me that I should check them out.
Well, there's a difference between not liking something and not being familiar with it. I mean, if you listened to it based on someone's recommendation, you would have made your mind up at that point. If you hated it, it would have just been, okay, yeah, I don't like that, right?
Or if somebody goes, well, the two songs you mentioned aren't representative of their discography. And then I go, okay, but they did those songs.
Right.
So they're important to them,
Yeah, I there's 3 or 4 humongous artists and bands that I just don't get. And everyone tells me the same thing. Fish, for example. Everyone who's a fan of Fish has told me forever. Dude, you know what? You haven't listened right. You have to listen to this. And like I said, I can listen to him play the White Album. I heard him do Led Zeppelin 4. It was great.
Yeah.
But to like actually become a person who could listen to OG original Fish stuff, I can't do it.
Also, Fish to me is a band where, to the fan base, I don't think it's enough if you just enjoy them.
You got to be a super fan.
You got to be. Oh,
how many shows you seen?
I got a bootleg of a 9-hour New Year's Eve show they did. Yep, this is where we part company. Like it's not enough. If it's not enough for you, for me to occasionally enjoy them, then
our buddy Jake's a huge fan. He's seen them like 100 times.
Yes.
And again, I respect it.
I say great.
Yeah.
I'm glad that for everyone involved that there are people who enjoy anything that much.
Yeah, there isn't. I mean, short of if like John Bonham came back to life and I could tour with them,
right?
Maybe I would see them 100 times. But I can't think of any band that I would be like, I got to go see them 100 times.
I mean, I'm not like an overly emotive person at any shows I go to. But one of the Metallica shows, late 80s, I'm there with a couple friends of mine, and we're yelling every word, and everybody's pumping their fist, and it was like, But I don't know if there's a lot of fist pumping at Fish shows.
No, just a lot of drugs. A lot of whippets.
Nothing wrong with that.
A lot of whippets.
But, yeah. No, listen, I say good for everyone involved.
I try, man. I do try. I won't try Buffett, but I do try. Like Elvis Costello's another one.
But the guy who left us that message. Hey, stay away from Fish. We don't need more people.
Yeah.
Right. That's his, and he's right. You don't need us. Don't need us.
Everyone always says Elvis Costello. I'm missing something with Elvis Costello.
Our girl Amy out there, huge Elvis Costello fan.
And I love Pump It Up. That's it. That's where I end. That's my song. Mm-hmm. I dig it. I get what he does. I understand why people dig him. I just can't get into him. I try.
There was a piece of video. We were talking about Elvis a while back because you're an Elvis fan.
Yeah.
Been to Graceland the whole bit. And there was a piece of video that was going back around for a long time ago from Elvis's cook. Have you seen that video go around? Because we were talking about, or Kat brought it up maybe, the banana and peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah.
And they were talking to his old cook about it. And some piece of like newsreel or interview or something was making the rounds again.
I said, good morning. He said, good morning. I said, what are we going to have for breakfast this morning? He said, fried peanut butter and banana sandwich. And I looked at him. I said, what? He said, fried peanut butter and banana sandwich. I said, I never heard of it. The first time I went in, fixed the sandwich and put it on the tray and brought it back. That wasn't right. His father was sitting there, and he said, Mary, I'm going with you and help you. And let's see, maybe both of us can get it right. I said, okay. And he said, let's toast the bread first. So we toast the bread and then spread the peanut butter on it and slice the bananas and put on and put them into the skillet and kept turning them with the spatula and turned them till they got heated all the way through. Then I take them and cut them, put them on the platter and taking them back to him. And he said, now that's what I want, that's right. And then smile.
See, I just pulled a little bit of that for you. She goes on and on and on about how Elvis loved these sandwiches. It's not like she cares. She's like, listen, I'm in your employ. I'll make whatever you want.
It just seems to me that it can't be that hard to perfect that sandwich. You're making a grilled cheese, but with peanut butter and bananas, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is I think also there was probably a degree to which Elvis was kind of out of his brain, too.
Oh, yeah.
And she probably brought him two completely sandwiches of the same batch, and he's like, that one I hate, that one's great. Now you nailed it.
It's just like the sound guy at every concert.
Yes.
I need a little more highs. How's that? Perfect. I never touched anything.
You don't do anything. Yeah.
Nothing.
Power of suggestion. Never underestimate it. That's what Matt is trying to do with Jimmy Buffett.
He's got a long way to go.
Trying to put some Buffett in between your ears.
That ain't going to happen.
Alan, I just listened to Bama Breeze based on Matt's recommendation. The lyrics are comically bad.
Of course.
F. Jimmy Buffett. Signed, Herbie Versmells. All right. Hey, comically bad, everybody. Yeah.
Old Herb.
Yeah.
Was it Herbie? Was his first name?
Herbie.
Okay.
Versmells.
Got it. I didn't know if he was going with Herb Eversmells.
Yeah. And when I first started listening to Metallica, my dad said the world wasn't ready for Metallica when they got started, and he meant it as a compliment. Yeah, no, listen, man, I'm glad that there are bands that, you know, bands you've never heard of, by the way, where they go and tour and they pack the place. I think that's great, too. You know, your audience finds you, no matter what kind of art you're putting out there. Some bands go nuclear. You know, Fish. And I'm always more curious because I think I think it's pretty rare for any person to like one kind of music. So I think most people, you know, you hear people brag about, I just like all different kinds of music, you know. But that's true for very, you know, like all different kinds of music. That's true for a very small percentage of people. But I think most people, their tastes are probably more varied than they might get credit for. So I'm always curious, like the Venn diagram of bands. Like I'm into Steely Dan and Lamb of God. I think there's probably a lot of people who are, and not just casually, right? Those are like probably two of my favorite bands. The people who are like, well, I'm into Fish, but I'm also into, I don't know, Cannibal Corpse or...
I bet they're out there.
That's an extreme example, but...
I bet they're out there.
Yeah. Alan, for me, it's Coheed and Cambria. My buddy loves them, and I hated them. He'd made me listen to their discography on repeat at work for months. Now I'm hooked, and I love them, too. Well, yeah, you got Stockholm Syndrome. You're like Malcolm McDowell in Clockwork Orange. The eyes, oh, God. But it's your ears.
For months.
He's like, yes, I'm hooked, and I love them, too. I liked them better when they were called Rush. But my friend likes them a lot.
Can you imagine having to listen to something you don't like for months because your buddy's trying to get you to like them? I couldn't do it. I would not do it. That's torture.
That's what half of our audience is. They hate this and they listen to it every day.
They love us.
I know. Yeah, okay. I've got to take a break here. I will have Ghost tickets for you later on. Ghost is, oh boy, they're excited. They're going to, if you're Ghost fans, they're getting ready to announce a new Papa. That's just new makeup, right?
Yeah, he's going to become somebody different.
Different Pope makeup, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's big in Ghost world. And so I'll have Ghost tickets for you a little bit later on. That show is coming through to do the Nomo Fijo on July 17th, the Ghost 2025 World Tour. 35192 in here. Text me for anything else. You can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com, and you can watch live if you want on our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts Love Earth Tour, Friday, August 15th at Blossom. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Need a plumber?
Just call sales. Just call sales.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90-NATION. Window Nation, a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Want to redo your whole home of Window Nation windows? They'll throw some Cavs tickets in. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
I totally want to be that girl in a romantic comedy. So when I'm on a dating app, I make sure I come across slightly quirky, but also totally cute and sexy all at once. At first, I'm interested. But wait, suddenly I act all hard to get. Gotta make them work, right?
Want to meet someone not online? At It's Just Lunch, we make great matches and even arrange the dates, so you can make a real connection with a real person. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits. Guaranteed dates. Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com or call 216-328-9026.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
You've got a real cart full there. What brings you to Discount Drug Mart?
Well, let's see. I've got plenty of beer and wine and munchies for our Fat Tuesday party, plus beads and masks, and of course pancakes for our traditional dinner. And then I'm stocking up for Lent. Canned tuna and salmon, mac and cheese, plenty of fruit and vegetables. Drug Mart is great every day, but especially on Fat Tuesday.
Bring on the king cake.
Discount Drug Mart saves you the runaround. You'll find everything you need.
Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com to find savings near you.
Come out to the JDM Fishing and Outdoor Show March 7th through 9th at the Summit County Fairgrounds in Talmadge. Over 100 vendors with great deals on fishing, hunting, boating, ATVs, UTVs, and more. Free trout pond and kids archery, free parking and free seminars daily. Huge daily giveaways including 3 fishing charters, 3 fishing kayaks, 3 trolling motors, a Wicked Ridge crossbow, 20 gun safe, a hunting blind, and more. Veterans get in free on Friday with military ID. Visit jdmfishingandoutdoorshow.com for more details and discount tickets.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No
Hey, family owned and trusted for 3 generations.
Ken's Park Hill Roofing, home of the one-day roof.
Get ready for the biggest night in podcasting.
The iHeart Podcast Award goes to...
Join us for our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards, live from Austin, Texas at South by Southwest.
Celebrating the most innovative and influential voices in the podcasting world.
Push boundaries.
Sit down with amazing guests every week.
And engage audiences in new, remarkable ways.
From true crime mysteries to breaking news, health and wellness, hilarious conversations, and so much more. We'll celebrate the best of the best.
You hear these stories, get educated, learn more, spread the word.
Continuing to push boundaries in new, remarkable ways.
Don't miss our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and listen on the iHeart app.
Monday night at 11.
From the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Studios, we say yes.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios, feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Eric Clapton is doing 6 shows in the U.S. all year, all in September. Only 6, and one of them is here. He's doing the 9/11 show at the Nomo Fijo. Doing Nashville, Cleveland, Philly, Boston, Madison Square Garden in New York, and the Mohegan Sun in Uncasville, Connecticut. That's pretty cool. I've never seen Clapton.
Yeah, I got to go and see him.
And he is a crusty old git, but I mean, he's one of these guys where I would like to say that I have seen Eric Clapton.
Agreed.
And I never have, and it sounds like he's got like his old school band with him. He's got Nathan East still on the bass, got Sonny Emery on the drums, like all these guys that have been touring with him for a long time. Because this press release is running it down. Katie Kassoon on backing vocals. She's been singing for him for 40 years. She's on like the albums from the 80s. So yeah, I would very much. You know, I'm the oldest of 4, and so I didn't have an older sibling to get me into classic rock. And so most of what I learned was from doing classic rock radio. But Eric Clapton, I started listening to when I was 14 years old. Always loved Clapton. And so I would very much like to go to this. And we're lucky because he's only doing half a dozen shows all year in 1 month before he decamps back to the UK. I guess he just dropped an album. I mean, these aren't really on my radar anymore. I'm not looking for new Clapton, but I would like to see him before he either croaks or decides to just hang it up. Because obviously he's touring way less frequently than he used to. Anyway, the on sale is Friday at 10 a.m. You'll go to rocketarena.com. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's education programs and resources. So he's only doing, this is the kind of tour that most people would probably be willing to travel for, but you won't have to. He's doing September the 11th at the Nomo Romo Fijo here in Cleveland, Ohio. Eric Clapton, 2025. Yeah, be a good time. Special guest, the Wallflowers. So Jacob Dylan and the gang are going to be opening up for Eric Clapton. I didn't even know the Wallflowers were still a band. Maybe they're reuniting to go out on the road with Clapton. I mean, you only got to carve out your September. The shows are all between the 8th and the 20th. So that'd be a good time. But he does have a new album called Meanwhile. And there's a lot of collabs. It's him and Jeff Beck. It's him and Van Morrison.
I just wish he zigged when he zagged.
What do you mean?
I'm obviously one of the greatest guitar players of all time, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Hendrix died, he was basically given the keys to the kingdom.
Eric Clapton was.
To be heir apparent as the greatest rock guitarist there was.
Yeah.
And the pressure folded on the guy.
Oh, really?
I think so. I mean, if you look at what, like this stuff, I mean, I get it. But it's not what Eric Clapton should have been doing.
You didn't like slick Eric Clapton.
Not in the least.
See,
it
did.
was pop star Eric Clapton I did not like. I just, listen to Derek and the Dominoes or those bands that he was in prior to becoming the Eric Clapton we know after the massive heroin stuff, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like he could have been so much better as a rock blues guitarist if he did what he wanted to do instead of what he thought people wanted him to do. She's waiting and pretending. And
you didn't like that stuff.
I mean, no. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But it's not like if you listen to Clapton, right? Like what Clapton was.
You wanted like bluesier old school Clapton?
Just listen to those bands, right? Like even Derek and the Dominoes. I mean, there's blues, sure, but listen to what they did with Layla, right? Just as an example.
Yeah.
Listen to the stuff that they put out prior to that. And that's where he could have gone but didn't. So I'll always say Eric Clapton belongs in the conversation as the top 5 best guitarist of all time. But I don't know, man.
I think it's because I came to him in the 80s. So I came to Eric Clapton on like Behind the Sun.
Oh, okay.
And August is still one of my favorite albums of all time. And that's full on slick Eric Clapton. It's Phil Collins playing the drums. It's all the Nathan East on the bass.
Yeah.
That's when I came to Clapton. Now I love all that older stuff, but I had to go backwards when I was doing classic rock radio. I had to know what I was talking about, right? But I came to Clapton, Forever Man, She's Waiting.
Okay.
It's in the way that you use it. I was in high school. That's when I came to him.
Yeah, those songs to me, I mean, they're fine, right? You hear them, you're not going to change the station. But like Cream, Blind Faith.
Yeah.
Like that's when Clapton was Clapton. Like that's the best he was ever going to be at that point was right then and there. And I feel like I don't know, man. I think he just freaked. Like they literally were like, dude, here you go. You are now the rock god. And I mean, look you can see what happened to him.
There's no shortage of Clapton as God, though. I mean, that stuff was still, between Les Claypool as God and Clapton as God, that was pretty much every dude's, dorm room door in Gen Xers. Money and Cigarettes, that was him and Ry Cooder and...
Yeah, just those...
I mean, this is a very specific period in his,
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But again, you start jumping into Blind Faith, and
So
then you
what
get
did
into Derek and the Dominoes.
What did he do that you didn't think he should have done after Hendrix?
I feel like he could have done so much more to continue on where he was going. If you listen to like what Derek and the Dominoes was, that's sort of when it kind of started to shift gears a little bit and go the other way.
Okay.
With the polished, the mass appeal, the sell records Eric Clapton.
Okay.
And again, I cannot wait to buy tickets. I've never seen him. I have to say I saw Eric Clapton as well. My mother, that was her favorite growing up. But for me growing up, my mother always was playing Eric Clapton. But it was that older Clapton. Derek and the Dominoes was always on at my house.
Okay.
Yeah, like this even. Like
you didn't like Crossroads
No, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But it just, God, man, I feel like he could have done so much more with the chops that he has than he did.
Wow. All right. No, I came to him. I know COVID turned his brain into mush because then he started going on stage like overseas and like, we got to keep Muslims out of the country. Hey, here's Layla. We were like, what is happening right now? So Clapton has kind of got some of that stink on him. But...
Well, his kid dying too messed him up. Like,
yes, of course.
But nothing like the heroin. The heroin's what did him in. Like, I mean, he was living in like a bedroom for months at a time, just crazed out of his mind.
Right. Yeah, but that was a long time ago.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's certain things that still kind of does to you.
Yeah.
That was a long, long time of his life, man. He was a massive drug addict.
Sure. Alcohol. I mean, went to rehab 100 times, and yeah. Okay. This was on 461 Ocean Boulevard, which was his second solo album. And this is one of my, probably my favorite early solo album of Clapton. This is after he kicked Horse. He starts doing I Shot the Sheriff. And
yeah, and that's when you get just a completely different Eric Clapton. When he was solo, it's just, listen to the early stuff to what it became. It's just, such a different guy. And I get people evolve and they change. You know, who knows what Hendrix would have done? He died at 27, right? Maybe he would have done disco in the 70s. Who knows? But I don't know, man.
You wanted Yardbirds, Blind Faith, Cream Clapton.
I wanted, I wanted, when you heard that man play the guitar, you went, Jesus Christ.
Right.
Not, okay, here's another hooky pop song called She's Pretending. Like, it just, and again, it's fine. I wouldn't change it if it came on. Like, I enjoyed you playing that.
Yeah.
But there's nothing in that's sexy Eric Clapton. There's nothing in She's Waiting that's sexy Eric Clapton.
Yeah, but like Can't Find My Way Home, I mean, it's a good song, but it's not like he's up there shredding, you know? He's not like...
but it's different.
Yeah.
There's a different vibe about what he was doing then. And I think you're grabbing like some of the stuff too. I mean, like there's definitely more driving Blind Faith songs, right?
Right.
And then when you jump in, like, just listen to how well produced all of this stuff was. What he did, it's just a completely different guy. And again, I'm not trying to say it's bad. I'm just saying for me.
You liked that better.
And he could have done so much more, I think, to just completely move that style of rock and roll forward.
Yeah. Rather than getting himself on the radio.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really what most of that was. I think that's money Eric Clapton. You know what I mean? It's I don't know, dude. You're going to sell way more records doing that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Man, listen to this.
Brand new from Blind Faith called How to Cry to the Live on the Buzzard. It's a 9-minute song.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what you're talking about. They're like, we got lives to lead, man. Give me something in a quick 3 minutes. This was Winwood, yeah? Who else? Blind Faith was Winwood, Clapton, Ginger Baker.
Ginger Baker was on all those, yeah.
There was a fourth guy. Who was that fourth guy? Rick Gretsch. He had gone out with Graham Parsons. Anyway, this is all very, very inside baseball. But bottom line is Eric Clapton is doing precisely 6 U.S. dates, and one of them is in Cleveland. So if you're a Clapton fan, maybe you've never seen him, but his...
Gotta see him.
You've got to see him.
Especially after the mistake I made with Tom Petty. I don't want to do that again. I have to see Clapton.
Alan, hate the show. Just wanted to say, when it's a bunch of masseuses that give you a rub and tug like Justin Tucker had, it would be known as a masseuse. It's multiple masseuses. Masseuse. Look it up. Thank you.
Look it up.
I was thinking it was Maasai.
It's masseuses. He just said it. Multiple masseuses is a masseuse. No, you just said it. It's masseuses. Masseuse. Now, a male is a masseur. Masseur is male, masseuse is a woman. But multiple is just masseuses. A masseuse. A flock of masseuse.
Masseuses.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's just masseuses. But anyway, yeah, Justin Tucker and, Soon Bang. She's out there.
What was the owner's name again?
Wei Mang Dong.
No, Wang.
Well,
Wang Mei Dong.
Wang Mei Dong. Soon Bang was the woman who was running it. Wang Mei Dong was the owner. That was the person's name on the deed to the building. So Soon Bang and Wang Mei Dong.
Let's put as many euphemisms for penis as we possibly can right into this thing.
I guess so. So, again, those tickets for Clapton will go on sale Friday morning, livenation.com. Just so happens it's on 9/11 here in Cleveland. It'll be, let's just say it. It'll be a night you'll #never forget. Eric Clapton on 9/11. Johnny Manziel's mother gets a DUI down there in Tejas. Having a good time. Johnny football. I think people here in Cleveland are like the only ones who ever really discuss Johnny Manziel anymore. But his mom made it to TMZ because she got a DUI. Michelle Manziel. Voulez-vous coucher? Right, was that old Beatles song? Michelle Manziel. Arrested for driving under the influence. In Kerrville, Texas. It's about an hour outside of San Antonio. Maybe, we mentioned this on Friday, maybe she was leaving. You know, San Antonio has that first in the nation combination IHOP and Applebee's. Maybe she got overserved at the Bees, and she was trying to come home.
Is it dollar margarita days again?
That's what I'm wondering. She got out on bail, posted $7,500 bail, so $750 and you're out. And so Johnny Football, who of course he's been very open about his own struggles with things. He was like an Oxy and Coke guy. If you remember when he got real skinny, it's because he dropped like 50 pounds that he couldn't spare. And that town where she got pulled over, that's the town he grew up in. But I don't know. It seems to me, man, and you can never account for what's in somebody's brain, but I think the reason that people kind of go over and over the Johnny Manziel thing is he was just, sure, he was another in a long line of number one guys that were sold as they're going to be the savior of the Cleveland Browns. But I'm always surprised, and part of it is just, I guess, the mindset of young dudes. And coming out of college where you're like a rock star and going into the pros, that's such a huge pivot. But it always amazes me, these guys who like think it's going to last forever to some degree. This guy just blew through his cash.
But I think everybody will remember him with like how bad it was for the Browns, because he's probably the first one who openly just didn't try. He just didn't care. He says he didn't read playbooks. He didn't study film.
I just don't know why was he so naturally talented that he was like, it was the football version of I didn't study in college? Or,
I think he just always thought, because everything just came to him, I'll get it. I'll be fine. It's like, like you said, you don't study for a test, right? And you end up acing it anyway. It's the same thing with him. I mean, he did well in college. He was doing the same thing. He was lazy, wasn't watching film, wasn't studying plays.
Yeah.
But then you get to the NFL and everybody's exponentially better than anything you've ever seen, and you're a turd.
But also, aren't these conversations that a prospective professional team that wants to grab you is going to have with you?
Yeah.
Hey, how do you feel about, you watch a lot of film?
Yes, I do.
I guess you're going to lie, too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of people who interview very well.
Yeah.
How do you think I got this job?
You watch a lot of film.
I watch a ton of film.
They sent Rob 100 hours of live stream footage from this show. And he goes, I can do that.
And I lie.
Look at this guy. This guy doing nothing. I can do that.
Fake it till you make it. I'm like, yes, of course.
Of course.
Could I program a...
Why would you ever answer candidly in an interview type situation?
I don't remember the last time I actually interviewed for anything. Do you?
No. Yes, I did for this job.
Did you actually interview?
Well, they brought me in.
Yeah.
Went to dinner.
But that's more like getting to know you. Will you fit the vibe? Are you the guy?
Well, that's what an interview in this business is.
But I mean like that formal, tell me about yourself, Alan, type of interview.
Well, no, because you can go listen to tapes of my show. That's me.
Right.
Yeah. No, the last time when I was off the air in Chicago before I came to Cleveland, I was off the air for a year and a half, and I was doing sales.
Okay.
Doing radio sales. And so I talked myself into that job.
What's your spirit animal, Alan?
It wasn't even that. It was, imagine having a person on your sales staff who has the perspective of being behind the mic. All your salespeople are just salespeople. Imagine the unique perspective that I have as talent, who is now in your sales pit, getting out there, telling people, I'm a great interviewer.
You know what else I can bring to the table? I can figure out how to make a commercial 60 seconds on the nose. I'm not going to write 3.5 minutes worth of copy for a 60-second ad.
Uh-huh.
The jocks are going to love me.
Well, this was back when radio stations had copywriters, too. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
long-gone thing. But
Find another turd. Find another turd to love you.
see, Brian's a great interviewer.
I bet he is.
He's really good. Brian, what do you think about the state of gender politics out there?
We need more sluts.
See, he knows exactly how to. Are you somebody who requires a lot of caffeine, Brian, before you get your day up and running?
Starbucks coffee is trash. I can make coffee so good, give you a fucking hard on.
Right. You sit this guy down, and he's going to give it to you straight.
Wouldn't it be funny if he was like a trial attorney in real life, and that's
Yeah,
just
in real
him
life.
at night, like he just gets all sloppy and calls in doing all this stuff?
Yeah.
You know the day destroys the night. Night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide.
Break on through the other side. Break on through, break on through the other side.
It's like Jim Morrison is still alive and well. Not even buried in Paris.
Reincarnated.
Indeed.
Wow.
Speaking of which, Ghost is going back out on the road, a 2025 global tour. They're going to be unveiling a new Papa. And so I'll have tickets for you on the way back. I want to go see Ghost. They're playing July 17th at the Nomo Fijo. That is a Thursday night. RocketArena.com for the info and the tickets, and I will hand those off to you. Well, we'll do it right now, right?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting. I need to do this going into the break. Caller 10, 2 for Ghost. Good luck. First pair of the week. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy overnight, a slight chance of rain down to 35. Tomorrow becoming mostly sunny with a high of 57. Wednesday, rain and windy. Wednesday's high 59.
This report is sponsored by Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric.
Heart of Ohio Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric. Your one call for big savings. For a limited time, save up to $2,000 off.
world.
There was a drone, then it actually rotated around our house, almost looking as if it was peering in each window of our home.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Obscurum and start listening.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians are playing the Mariners as we speak, by the way. Oh, Cactus League bow. 4-2 Seattle, bottom of the 7th. So that Trump gave Pete Rose a posthumous pardon. Still laser focused on the important things. When did Pete Rose die? A while back, or did he just die last year? Yeah,
Not too long ago.
Pete Rose getting the complete pardon, of course. He's banned from the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame for sports betting. And as a tax cheat, of course, that puts him among the kind of people that Trump really digs. So he'll issue a posthumous pardon for Pete Rose. So listen, let's say that you are somebody who's been lying awake at night, wondering if that was ever going to happen. The real important things of our time. They're the Cincinnati Reds. And a lot of people still don't think that Pete Rose should have been reinstated. Did he play for the Phillies too, or just the Reds?
I don't know.
I thought Pete Rose played for
I thought
more
it was
than
the
one
Reds,
team.
but he may have.
I mean, I think of him with the Cincinnati Reds, but I thought that he did play for the Phillies, yeah.
Okay.
Played for the Reds a couple of times. Played for the Phillies and the Montreal Expos for one season, 1984. But I think he's most closely associated with the Reds, obviously, because he was their skipper for a while too. So, but he was also getting caught up with teenagers in his hotel room, and But what are you going to do? Your Cavaliers are playing tomorrow night as a real nail-biter last night against the Portland Trail Blazers. They beat them in overtime. It was 133-129. Officiating notwithstanding, some complaints on the part of member of the Cavaliers, that Ty Jerome guy. He's going to get slapped with a fine. Because, and he wasn't alone. I think clearly he's the only person to articulate that publicly. But it sounds like the other Cavaliers had a problem with it, too.
He was just the one that said it.
He said what everybody was thinking. Well, anyway, Cavs off tonight. They'll play tomorrow night. They will be in Chicago to play the Bulls at the United Center at 8 p.m. Bulls are in town on April the 8th as well. That is your Guardians opening day at Progressive Field, where they'll be playing the Chicago White Sox. We will be live from Progressive Field that day. That is a Tuesday. Is that correct? April the 8th is a Tuesday. It is. Live from Progressive Field, from the bowels of the Jake. Closer to home, we're going to be posted up at the Clevelander, right around the corner from here, on St. Patty's Day, March 17th. That is a Monday. So if you're out having a good time, come have some of it with us. Rob and I will be there, and we'll just be kind of dipping in and broadcasting when we feel like it, I guess.
I haven't had a beer in like a month. Now I know it's coming.
Good for you.
No, actually, it's not. Not at all. I know that St. Patrick's Day is coming, and I'm a Guinness man on St. Patty's Day. Do I get a pass?
Of course you do.
Or should I just not?
Of course you do.
All right.
I want you to be in a good mood.
I'll be in a good mood.
Who's going to want to be straight edge while we're at the Clevelander on St. Patrick's Day?
Cat. And no, I didn't say I was going to be straight edge. I just said, do I not drink beer that day? I just don't want to get
You
hammered
mean as a oh.
right out of the chute. You know what I mean? If I stick with mixers, I'm going to get rocked fast.
Right.
So if I drink Guinness and I sip at them.
Okay. Well, it's like drinking a loaf of bread. I mean, are you?
Yeah.
I mean, beer messes me up faster than spirits.
I agree.
But I do like a Guinness.
But if I drink JMOs all day.
You mean to pace yourself.
Right.
I see.
It's a long day.
If you're
10 to 6 on the air.
Absolutely. And the trouble is, and I have to remind myself of this too, and I learned, Friday night we started our Bud Light Mini Hoops thing, and I'm doing a lot of these in a short period of time, right? Our finals are on the 22nd. So I did Friday and Saturday night. I'm doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week and next. And then the finals on the 22nd. And so I have to pace myself too. Obviously, the Thursday night appearances, that's a school night. I'm not coming in here wrecked on a Friday. I got too much to do. But I walk in and I go, let's go. And I have to be cognizant of that.
Well, the brain turns on when you walk.
For a long day like St. Patty's Day, I don't want to be gutted by noon.
But if it's anything like last time, people just coming over handing us shots.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. Because they want to see us wrecked.
Right.
But we got to be on the air the next day. That's not going to be a fun Tuesday.
So we're going to have to work with each other.
Yes.
Where, hey, you want to do a shot? No.
Right.
Maybe later, not right now.
Right.
Because nobody will just buy it and bring it to you. They'll ask you first.
No, they will absolutely buy it and bring it to you.
See, I can't do that.
Because then they feel you don't have any choice. Those are the people that are really trying to get you wrecked. Those are the bad influences on us. Because I don't want to be rude. I'll say, you know what? I'll set it right here. And when I'm ready, but they want to do it with you.
Yeah,
and
but
so
I like to know what it is and where it's coming from.
I understand. Most of the time, people go, let's do a shot. I'll go, bro, I'm in between. I'm already like 2 deep, and I've been here for 45 minutes. So I will circle back around to you. If you're here, I will find you later, and I'll buy you a shot. I'll buy you a shot. How about that?
What's this? It's a lemon drop. Oh, it tastes like piss. Great. That's why I don't do it. I got to see it happen.
I see. Wait, you think that they're going to like roofie you or something or give
Not
you
at
something
all.
gross?
Why not?
Why would they?
That's a great story.
But we're all friends here. I gave Rob from the Alan Cox Show a shot of my whiz. How is that a good story?
Because it's funny.
I mean, as someone who's done a shot of his own pee, but that was my own, right out the tap, right?
Still frothy and warm.
Yeah, why is this shot glass so warm? Why is this lemon drop tepid?
Ugh.
No, I wouldn't guess that from anybody.
Yeah, it's the same reason I don't eat food that people drop off.
Well, that's different. That's a whole
not
other.
different.
No, it's different to me because most people can't cook. I shouldn't say most people. A lot of people can't cook.
Yeah, it doesn't take, man. I don't know.
I know, but I'm also going to err on the side of I don't think someone is sending me poisoned cookies.
No, I don't think they're necessarily poisoned, but X-Lax in a cookie sure is funny.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But you don't get to see the aftermath.
No,
you just go, he, I gave them X-Lax chocolate chip cookies, but you don't get to see the devastation.
No, but then we come on the air the next day and go, I don't know what got into me, but I was on the toilet for 6 hours.
Nope. If that happened, I wouldn't say one word about it.
But you wouldn't know it was X-Lax.
I would deny them. What?
You wouldn't know.
Yes, you would.
You would just know you got the runs.
If you're sitting on the bowl all night?
Yeah, but you wouldn't know what caused it.
Right after I ate the listeners' cookies, I was on the bowl. I mean, I can put 2 and 2 together.
Speculate.
Well, I wouldn't say a single word about it. I would err on the side of,
you got me, you son of a bitch.
You got me, and you ain't going to get the satisfaction. Who do you think you are, Becky from Wayne County? Trifle with me, will ya? You ornery mange-bearing coyote. Alan, I'm going to blow fat rails at that Clapton show this summer. Like uncomfortably high, this person says.
Fat rails.
Uncomfortably high. Mike from Parma said Clapton should have hooked up with Eric Burden.
Oh, yeah.
They would have owned the 70s. Eric Burden from War.
Super War.
Yeah. It's hard for me to want to see Clapton, this person says, due to him being one of the worst humans to ever walk the earth, but artistically a genius. I think that's I think that's extreme. I don't think that anybody considers him one of the worst humans ever to walk the earth. He, like a lot of other people, had their minds reduced to mush during COVID. And he came back around with some pretty funky thoughts on things that he had no hesitation about sharing publicly.
Yeah, Roger Waters has been filling arenas for 40 years.
I was going to say, Roger Waters, I mean, Alan, I bet you were good at radio sales. When somebody wasn't interested, you said, "Pardon me?" You are adorable. No, it wasn't that at all. I was good at it. I wasn't there long, but I was pretty good at it.
I'm stuck on this whole Eric Burdon, Eric Clapton thing now. Like, that would have been so good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. Someone could absolutely put something in your drink like angel dust. Oh, boy. You don't think I'm going to know how angel dust tastes? Like I said, bro. You don't know me.
Think this is my first dance?
Yeah. Well, wait a second. Is this J-Mo and PCP? I know this anywhere. What do you think?
I do this casually.
What do you think the labia roller coaster is going to be?
So our accident is not an accident at all.
That's right. Accident is not an accident at all. I was reading about how weight loss drugs are going to completely reshape the global economy. The $100 trillion global economy will be reshaped by weight loss drugs. This is another situation of the law of unintended consequences, or you don't know where the ripple effects are. You were talking earlier about, when people talk about tariffs and what nonsense that can be in the current situation, that they're thinking of things like steel, they're thinking of raw materials, but it also comes around to things like tequila. And this guy who kind of keeps an eye on these things, I think he's in healthcare, and he's like, these weight loss drugs are going to be a much bigger disruptor of the economy than anybody realizes. Because they're not just drugs that make people lose weight. They're drugs that they're finding overall are general impulse control drugs. And we have a consumption-driven economy. If people stop doing things they like to do, that ain't good for business. And he said these drugs will change how hundreds of millions of people make decisions. From restaurants to retail to entertainment choices. He's like, it's not just about losing weight. Started out that way, but then they were like, they do these studies trying to get it, because nobody knows what the long-term effects are going to be. But it's the holy grail if you tell people, here's a drug that will help you lose weight. So that alone was a big deal. But this guy is like, when they study them further, they act upon people's general impulse control. See, I don't think that I understood this. I thought that these were just appetite suppressant drugs. People, because friends of mine that have been on them, they're like, you just don't feel like eating. And I'm like, well, I feel that way all the time. So that's what you guys are doing now? That's what that feels like? I thought that it was something that like actively burned fat or something. I know it's a diabetes drug, and but I didn't realize that it was just a glorified appetite suppressant. I'm probably overly simplifying it because I'm not on them and I don't know that much about them, but
yeah, I think it's supposed to. And again, I've not taken them, but from what I've heard, I think that they're supposed to change. They say change your relationship with food. Like you're supposed to see things differently. So I guess I can see the impulse piece of that based on that science.
So this guy says, he uses one example. There was a software engineer, this woman that he knew a few years ago, like in the early days of Ozempic or Mounjaro, whatever these were. She was taking one of these GLP-1 medications. And he said what happened was, over the course of 6 months, she stopped buying her daily morning muffin, which sounds small, but he's like, that meant $600 a year that her coffee shop wasn't making off of her anymore. her daily muffin, contributed $600 a year to that coffee shop. And then within 1 year, she canceled her Beer of the Month subscription. And then she stopped ordering DoorDash. And then her general grocery bill dropped. And she was spending less on booze. And she wasn't buying as much on Amazon. So he's like, this is one person on one of these drugs. So it's really going to be a double-edged sword because obviously the companies making these drugs, they're like, you know, we're going to be eyeball deep in revenue because people want to lose weight by just taking a shot. But the other side of that is all of that other stuff from just one person. You multiply that kind of stuff by hundreds of millions of people, and you got, like he says, major disruption to global economies.
Are there really that many people on it?
Sounds like it.
Oh my God.
He's like, there are a lot of like advertising agencies and banks, and he's like, they're kind of quietly panicking over what this is going to be. One major advertising agency estimated that 50% of their current strategies will be obsolete by 2027. So, in a world where they're trying to find the potential for people to mitigate everything from consumption to addiction to anxiety to depression, all those things. These kinds of drugs, I mean, not to mention the fact that people who actually need them for diabetic conditions are having a harder time getting them. It all kind of, we don't necessarily know yet what the impacts are going to be, but that was very interesting to me. This guy's like, oh yeah, people are having fun because they're losing weight. Now you got to stay on them. It's like Rogaine. Guys who are hair loss drugs, or the minute you stop taking them, the hairs walk. They're at the bottom of your shower the day after you stop taking them. And my understanding of these is it's the same thing. You don't gain all your weight overnight. Because that's a complaint. People go, we stop taking, you gain all the weight back. I go, but how? It's not like it just goes back on your body. You would have to eat your way back to that weight. And if your appetite isn't being suppressed anymore chemically, I understand that, but I would think along the way, you might have also changed your habits aside from the chemical disruption. I can't imagine everybody who stops taking these immediately gains all the weight back. Some are probably like, I like when I wasn't eating as much. I'm going to keep doing that. Or just eating different things.
But the problem will return.
Some things you can eat as much as you want if they're healthy for you and good for you.
But the overall problem and the reason they got fat in the first place is going to return when they stop.
I understand impulse control and things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
We said it with Kennedy, right? Our boss.
Yeah.
He was eating McDonald's twice a day for 5 years. He lost a ton of weight, doesn't go to McDonald's. I guess I hadn't thought of it that way. Like, I joked around with him about how his McDonald's is going to close, the one right near him. But now, you think about it from that perspective, twice a day, someone was going there spending, I don't know, $5, $10 a day. I hadn't thought of it in a big scale. I was just making fun of him.
Yeah. My family and I are listening right now, like we always do. Our oldest daughter is mad that she couldn't stay home. She's 9.
Oof.
And she said, why do we have to be in the car and listen to the dumb Alan and Cox show?
That make me Cox?
I don't know. Cox of the beaver, everybody. I don't know. I got a 9-year-old too, and I don't know how excited she is by the whole prospect of. She didn't listen. My show's never on in the car. Like, my wife doesn't have this show on all that often. So,
My kids are older.
It's not going to happen in my...
They listen sometimes, not a lot. But I usually get why did you do that?
Right.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
Right.
Did you answer that question?
I did.
What'd you say?
I said we were having a conversation about body parts or health or something like that.
Listen, kids, bee holes and penises keep the lights on in this house.
That's right. This is a house that farts built, baby. Do you think that I'm a crotchety old man?
No.
Do you know what crotchety means?
No.
See, those are the best kinds of conversations, too.
How old was she then?
Probably a year and a half ago, a couple years ago.
Okay, yeah.
Most of them were she was real.
Such a cute little voice.
Get it out of my face, old man.
Yeah. Get out of my face, old man. Listen, I'm an old dad. What do you want from me? No way around that. I still have people who will email me and go, I was watching a show on Nature, and they brought up mangroves, and I immediately thought of your daughter. She has, because she explained to me what a mangrove was years ago, and I subsequently relayed that anecdote to the audience, that to this day, people are like, anytime I hear somebody mention mangroves, I think of your kid. And I've said that to her. I said, I go, this is the important thing to remember, is about how some things you say can really stick with, not her, but I'm just saying in general, how you conduct yourself. I said, some things can really stick in people's brains that you might never, ever have imagined. So it's always important to be kind of, judicious with how you respond to people.
And here's how stupid I am. You talked about that a couple of weeks ago, and I don't remember what a mangrove is.
A mangrove is trees going in salt water. It's so cool, isn't it?
Yep, so cool, isn't it?
Yep. There you go.
Isn't that amazing? I hope you think so.
Yep. Explain to me mangroves.
Now I know. I'll forget again, so play it next week.
Yeah, I'll have it. All right, I'm going to take a break here. You want to send a text 35192. If you want to watch live, you can hit our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
I remember when I was younger, my dad had a company picnic. There was a clown that they had hired for the kids. He had a heart attack.
Oh.
And there were people there trying to resuscitate
Revive him, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And he was foaming at the mouth, and he ended up dying.
Oh, jeez.
It was really bad.
So what do you guys do? Do you just continue on with the company picnic after they take him away?
We had cupcakes.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit mitchellsmagic.com.
Hey, it's Rob. It's tax season, and Boost Mobile wants to turn your tax refund into 6 months of savings. When you buy 6 months on their best unlimited plans, Boost will give you another 6 months for free. Now, I'm no accountant, but that seems like a really good deal. And I'm not done yet. Visit a Boost Mobile store during tax season and enter to win up to $10,000 to double your refund. So head to your nearest Boost Mobile store now, and I'll go back to my day job. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details. This tax season, when you buy 6 months on Boost Mobile's best unlimited plans, they'll give you the next 6 months free. Plus, head to a Boost Mobile store and enter to win up to $10,000 and double your tax refund. Requires upfront payment, taxes and fees extra. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit boostmobile.com for full offer terms and sweeps details.
The new iHeart app.
What do I like about it? Real easy to use. I like that.
Love my presets. If you're not using it, you're missing out.
Go get it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
When you have a problem with your home's heating system, you want it fixed fast and when it's convenient for you. Hi, this is Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5. So we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window. Because convenience is comfortable.
I totally want to be that girl in a romantic comedy. So when I'm on a dating app, I make sure I come across slightly quirky, but also totally cute and sexy all at once. At first, I'm interested. But wait, suddenly I act all hard to get. Gotta make them work, right?
Want to meet someone not online? At It's Just Lunch, we make great matches and even arrange the dates so you can make a real connection with a real person. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits. Guaranteed dates. Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com or call 216-328-9026.
Meet the new Monopoly Bonus Spectacular Scratch-Offs from the Ohio Lottery. Scratch off greenhouses to reveal winning numbers for a chance at over $113 million in total cash prizes. That's a spectacular amount of winnings. 5 games from $1 to 20. Multipliers from 5 to 100 times. Chance bonuses and top prizes up to $1 million. When you play the Monopoly Bonus Spectacular Scratch-Offs, what you find under a greenhouse could change everything. Monopoly is a trademark of Hasbro. Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Play responsibly.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder for a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter. Or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy
We say yes.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians lose some preseason ball to the Seattle Mariners. That's Alex Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners. Over the Guardians. Who was it, 4-2? I think was the final. People at 7-2. Oof. Well, listen. Preseason ball, right? All bets are off.
Best time to do it.
That's right. Cavs are off tonight, too. That nail-biter over the Portland Trailblazers last night. That was 133-129. Was it a buzzer beater? Or was it just I didn't see the very end.
I didn't catch the end.
Yeah.
I fell asleep on the couch.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
No Sunday scaries for you.
No, I had a Vesper Martini and nighty night
Vespa
I wins.
Martini?
Vesper.
What is that?
I didn't even realize this, but it didn't exist until James Bond. It's gin and vodka. But gin is the primary booze. So it's I think it's 3 parts gin to 1 part vodka, and then Lillet.
3 measures of Gordon's, half a measure of Lillet,
and 1 part of vodka, and it's damn good.
Now I got to tell you, I don't know what Lillet is.
It's like a French. It's kind of like a wine.
Okay.
But it's used as almost like a vermouth, like you would use Carpano instead of sweet vermouth. Same kind of thing.
From popularized by Ian Fleming's Casino Royale.
Yep.
Okay.
And it is if you like strong, it is fantastic. You put a lemon rind, you kind of spritz that over the top, and then shake it up, get it ice cold, and I also didn't know. Do you know why he always ordered his drink shaken, not stirred?
No.
Because it dilutes it.
Oh.
So he can sip at it.
It wasn't in deference to epileptics.
No.
Okay.
So there you go. That's my favorite, I think, if I'm going to have a martini, that's the one.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't, that sounds like my wife always orders French 75s.
It's delicious.
And I don't get too fancy with stuff.
You don't like a good cocktail?
I don't know. I mean, if I'm out to dinner somewhere and there's a cocktail menu, I'll definitely pour over it. But invariably, I will get the drinks because I don't ask. I get the drinks in the martini glass, and then it's very. I just want it in a rocks glass. Like if I think to ask, I'll go, "Hey, could you put this in a?"
Oh, you don't like to get the martini glass?
No. Because then I'm like leaning down to sip because it's like up to the brim and there, no, I don't need all that. But yeah, once in a while. But I'm just fine with I'll have a Hendricks and tonic, please, with a lime. Thank you so much. Fine with that. I don't need to get all fancy.
Yes, you do. Sometimes fancy's required.
And people, you can roll your eyes because these aren't even fancy. What he describes is a perfectly normal drink. I couldn't tell you that I've ever once ordered a martini.
Really?
Yeah. I've never ordered maybe a gin gimlet or something.
It's the same thing.
I know, but I've just never been like, hey, I'll have a martini. Hey, I'll have one of those espresso martinis you guys are. It's just not.
Those are fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm probably missing out on all kinds of great stuff. But again, I'm not somebody I got a bar cart, in the dining room or whatever, but I'm not somebody that's like going home, making a drink. Like it's not.
We should do a field trip to one of those cocktail bars.
I guess. Yeah, they're good.
And just sample.
I mean, I'll have a
Manhattan?
I'll have a Charo Negro. I'll have a what's the thing called? The Spanish wine and the Coke. Oh God, it's called Calimocho. Those are delicious. Spanish red wine and Coca-Cola.
Is that introduced?
People thought I was making it up. I go, no. I've never been to Spain, but people who have gone, they're like, oh yeah, Calimocho is delicious.
I was going to ask if that's something you got when you were in Mexico. You said you went to Mexico a lot.
Nope, I had it for the very first time actually in Florida.
Okay.
Which, by the way, Florida celebrating their 180th birthday today. Florida, you only look a day over 200. Congratulations to our bureau chiefs down there in the great state of Florida. They turned 180 today on March the 3rd. They became the 27th state in 1845. And, of course, it has been you can't even get your head around the fact that weed, of all things, is not legal in the state of Florida. You can't even figure this out. Maybe it's because there's so much illicit drugs coming into the country, but like Florida feels like the first state where they would have legalized everything. But it's not. I'll be back down there in April when my daughter has spring break. And, listen, it's always a good time for a few days. Everything in Florida is trying to kill you. The weather, the animals, the people. But it hasn't stopped people from going down there.
Yeah, I like it. It's like, for me, it's like going to New York or to Vegas. Like, I like it in short amounts. Like a little short, maybe a week. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
New York, I'm there a week. Get me out. I don't need to come back for a while. Vegas, 3 days, max. Get me out.
Yeah, because when my daughter has spring break, we take her down, the in-laws, whatever. They're going down for 10 days. I said, I'm not taking 10 days off of work to go to Florida. I'm just not. So they'll be down there for a few days, and then I'll go down and meet them. But I'm like, I'm not taking 10 days off of the show that I get paid to do to go to Florida for 10 days. They just had those Florida Man games this past weekend. We're talking about on Friday. I think it's just a one-day thing. But they have, like, mechanical gator wrestling. I'll show you some of this. The recap there.
This weekend, as teams around the state competed to prove their Sunshine State pride. The event welcomed men and women to participate in challenges at St. John's County Fair, from human beer pong to lawnmower races to riding a gigantic fake gator. The winning team walked away with $5,000 in cash and bragging rights and a gator skin belt.
Bragging rights. I don't know. I mean, again, any state could do that. They could do Ohio Man. And you could do, it used to be called the Redneck Olympics. Now I guess down there they just call it Florida Man, because obviously Florida Man is something that's worked its way into pop culture. And
I mean, it looks fun.
No, it looks great. It looks like a lot of fun.
But it's amazingly on brand for Florida.
Yes. The state reptile is the American alligator, and the state animal is the Florida panther. And they are 180 years old today. Although state legislature is trying to get the state bird changed. The state bird is currently the mockingbird, which to me is right on the nose. But state legislature wants to change it to the American flamingo. The state of Florida has 67 counties. Most people in the state live in Miami-Dade County. And we have a lot of bureau chiefs down there. And one former program director down there.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter is currently in Florida. She's on spring break in Cocoa Beach. My son is going to Fort Lauderdale tomorrow for work.
My mother lives in Cocoa.
See?
She should stop by for a home-cooked meal.
I will tell her. Was that east of Orlando?
Yeah.
Orlando's usually where we end up.
Right below Cape Canaveral.
Yeah. One year we went to Amelia Island, which is literally like right over the Florida border. So you're practically in another state. But no, we've got literally 36 bureau chiefs throughout the state of Florida. And again, it's fun. Anytime I'm down there, it's fun.
But you're ready to go after a week.
I do like Publix.
Oh, it's a great store.
Publix is a fantastic grocery store chain. Big fan of Publix. But yeah, you're ready to go after a few days. And I don't golf. So, most people go down there. I get it. Go down and golf.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah. Alan, what about a Malort martini? Malort and gin and a little bit of tahini. Yummy. I love it.
I still have to try this Malort. I've not had it yet.
I mean, you don't have to.
Of course I do.
Okay.
You talk about it, so I got to eventually try it.
Yeah. Well, you can get it locally now. I think my friends over at Porco were the first ones to really start throwing it into the mix, but Harbor Inn's got it. And
is it something you would do a shot of, or are you supposed to sip it?
You would do a shot of it, and then you would reconsider your choices in life. And then nobody's sitting around sipping on Malort. No, it's basically based on a dare. Some people swear by it as a hangover cure. You take that with a grain of salt. I think that it just it's a hangover cure to the extent that it just completely shocks your system so that you forget what you did the night before.
Well, it's probably a hangover cure because, like anything else, it's the hair of the dog. If you start drinking again, you're just drunk.
Hair of the dog. Yeah. It's Swedish, obviously. Why it blew up in Chicago, I don't know. I mean, that's where they make it, and there's a sizable, Swedish immigrant community in that part of the country. But Malort is just the Swedish word for wormwood. And if you're hip to that, then you kind of know what you're in. So everybody who tries it, and people have told me, they go, hey, I tried it. Everyone to a person will have a different assessment of it. People ask me what it tastes like. I say, it tastes like a tire fire with, like one of your grandma's anise candies mixed in the,
Anise.
Anise, not anus.
It's like Cleveland from the Family Guy, the way he would say anise.
Anise.
My anise.
Well, like that guy earlier, the Proper Words song.
Anus.
Yeah.
Our anus is a useful thing indeed. The anus gives relief in time of need. We all have an anus, so no matter what you've heard, remember that anus is the proper word.
Anus is the proper word. Mm-hmm. Speaking of anus, Casey Anthony. I didn't have a better transition. I remember being in Orlando for a wedding when the whole Casey Anthony trial was going on. This was a good decade plus ago. She had been accused of killing her daughter. And she was found not guilty, but she always had that kid killer stink on her. And it got complicated with whether or not her parents or her dad in general had aided and abetted. But then when the chips were down in court, she accused her dad of molesting her or something. It was a whole messy thing. But Casey Anthony is on TikTok now, and she refers to herself as a legal advocate. I think she was a paralegal before. So she's in that line of work and trying to get the word out that she's out there and hoping to have a new lease on life, as it were.
Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of...
Still hot, by the way, for anybody who, I was always Team Casey just because she was hot back in the day.
Researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I
like how she says,
feel that it's necessary if I'm going to continue to operate.
I like how she says, I've been in the legal field since 2011. She's like, now I was on trial for murder.
Yeah, the other side of it for a while.
But that is the legal field. There's a lot of people incarcerated who get their law degree. They hunker down in the library there.
Greatly as a legal advocate that I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to any...
She says my daughter is Kaylee Anthony. Not was. I mean, she is deceased.
Well, because she's saying it will always be her daughter.
I see.
Thing that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people.
Well, anyway, it's a lot of blah, blah, blah from there. But I mean, again, I think she's still cute, still foxy. I don't know what she did or didn't do. But she's over there on the TikTok now. Perfect timing.
I can't get past the whole kill your kid thing.
Allegedly, she was acquitted.
Mm-hmm. So was OJ.
But yeah, Casey Anthony back in the day. And for a while, nobody would touch her to do anything. She couldn't get a job. She was sleeping on her lawyer's couch. There was all kinds of suggestion that, her lawyer, she and her lawyer were involved somehow. It was a high-pressure situation. But maybe enough time has gone by. She was on trial in 2011. And she was acquitted. So maybe enough time has gone by where people are like, okay, well, let's see what she's all about. Kaylee Anthony, that case, people who might not recall, Kaylee Anthony was 2 years old, and she had disappeared in June of 2008, and her body was found months later. And Casey Anthony was ultimately found not guilty of murder and manslaughter and child abuse. Now, I had no physical attraction to O.J. Simpson. So the fact that he was acquitted, I don't pay that no never mind.
I mean, for sure, she is still
Casey
hot.
Anthony, she's foxy. I think she had to have had an OnlyFans at some point, maybe not. But, being notorious for what she was, I would think that would have brought all the boys to the yard at some point on OnlyFans. But now she's over there on the TikTok and clearly trying to maintain a professional demeanor in her role as a self-proclaimed legal advocate.
I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008.
Thrust.
With that, these aren't going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short.
Well, that's the thing. How was it thrust upon her? I mean, she was accused of killing her kid because they had enough evidence to prosecute. No prosecutor is going to take a case to trial if they don't have what they think is sufficient evidence to convict. They're not just throwing things around. So I don't understand what she means when she says, this was thrust upon me. I mean, something happened. Your kid's dead. Something happened. And she's the only person who knows what really did happen.
Well,
I don't think she killed her kid.
No?
No. I didn't at the time, and I don't now.
So who do you think did it?
I don't know.
It was her and the
I
dad,
think
right?
someone in the family. I think it was an accident, and I think this is I think even people who did pay close attention to the case at the time, a lot of them came to the conclusion that whatever happened, it was an accident. And then maybe the dad was trying to cover up, or who knows. It was really so long ago that you'd have to go back and really dig in to remember all of it. But I just remember being there in Orlando for a wedding, and every local news station, it was just Casey Anthony trial, wall to wall.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in the hotel room, eating a pizza at 4 a.m. I'm like, she's hot. She's really foxy.
She is.
Yeah. That's
But-
why what?
You
think she's a kid killer?
I think she might be.
Huh.
Or at least
she
involved
might,
and knew what happened.
She might be. That's right. I'm no legal eagle. I don't. The hell do I know? All
She's
right.
hot.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. You know what they say? Love the art, hate the artist. I don't know how that applies here, but okay. We got to go. Be back tomorrow. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. No Cavs tonight, the Corey Roddick experience. He is a man in full. And you'll get it all from him next. He's going to leave everything out on the field for you. Where can people find you in the off hours, Robert?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
I'm Alan Cox Show on your social media platforms. You can leave messages for us. Use the little talkback button if you listen to the program on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen to it wherever podcasts show up for you. Everybody has their own favorite platform, but you can only leave us messages on the iHeart app. We're going to drop voicemails. Our after-hours line is 216-986-8903. and email me at alancoxshow.com. If you need Alan Cox Show stickers, I send those out all the time. That's fine. I'm happy to send those out. Otherwise, we'll talk to you again tomorrow. And thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what